Hello everyone, how are you today? We're back with Warhammer. There's drops going on right now, and I wanted to make sure I at least got a couple streams in while that was going. Black borders are intentional. I hate them though. Why are they there? Something happened to my settings. What? Why? Okay. Why was it turned down? Was it like that before when I was playing it too, and I just like mentally blocked it out? Alright, for anyone keeping up on YouTube, it's been a bit. It's been a bit on Twitch as well. Yeah, I don't think I have it. Oh yeah, it's been so long I got a whole new model. Potentially two, actually. I don't remember if I had my first version of this model. So I have no clue what's going on, what I was doing. Let's go right into a ship battle. The fact that we're saved right next to it makes me think it killed us, and I was like, well, I gotta go cook now. Yeah. I just got the pop-up that I'm getting drops for streaming this. Because technically I'm watching my own stream. Why are you on fire? Oh yeah, because some stupid thing. Why miss? Can I not hit it while it's like that? Well, that hit it, and looks like it set it on fire, too. Now get rotated it. Oh, I can't hit it with the get rotated, idiot. What a shame. Oh, whoops, I hit the wrong one. That's why I couldn't do the... Oh yeah, no, it is this one. There we go. Wow, it did one whole damage. Rude. It's no longer got a stupid thing going on. No, I was kind of hoping that'd do more. Is there a reason it's... Oh, there we go. Oh. So close. Their torpedoes are going to blow up without being able to do anything. Damn it, I did that in the wrong order. Oh, it got to us, damn it. How are you still alive? Okay, it's on fire, though. Okay, yeah, I must have just entered the system and been like, I have to go. We do have the new DLC. Shouldn't have, but I did. Begin scan. Now we have plenty of plat steel, so we don't want to grab that yet. Is this Hulk? Hi, lambs. You looking for birds? Running World has been cataloged. Bleep doop doop doop. A vigilant member of the Augur crew has detected a small Xenos vessel drifting through the void. The ship is unpowered and shows no signs of being crewed. Send out a boarding shuttle. The squad boarded the vessel without issue. Corrosion had laid waste to the ship's systems, which led to the death of the entire crew. The interior was full of Eldari corpses. No weapons were found on board, and the dead Xenos, judging by their clothing, were not part of any warrior caste, merely the crew of the now defunct ship. The Xenos Irlet claims to have recognized the symbols on the dead Eldari's clothes. They were civilian refugees from the Craftworld Cruderrock. How do I leave the system? It's crazy that we have 700 or 770 scrap. Like that's nuts. I wonder what level we are and everything. How do I do... Oh, there we go. Cronus Expanse. There's going to be a new sector somewhere on the map. Because I actually have no clue how to start the new DLC. In fact... Yeah, I guess we're level 28. Does the store page say how we kick it off? I like how they put out a launcher that everyone hated because it was tanking performance, and then I think it was 2 days later they got rid of it. Like, okay, yep, our bad, guys, our bad. How do we start it? Follow a trail of hidden agendas and unsettling discoveries. Companion, new mechanics. Meet the cool guy. Okay, yeah, I'm gonna have to. Warhammer. Thank you for not typing that. Warhammer. Rogue Trader. How to start DLC. Okay, that was real helpful. That was literally telling me how to turn it on. No, that's like Imperialists. Ugh, are we gonna have to go to start Infinite Museum? Okay, I've got to go to Footfall. Got some unleveled nerds, but I don't care about them. Calamity on Industrial World. Your Ladyship, I beg your pardon, but this cannot wait. Drive Master Z. Ra Taller entreats you to visit the Sector Bionica at your earliest convenience. Yep, look at that. Their ancient archaeotech, the Sacred Implantation Throne, is at risk of being lost forever. The relic is unique and about as old as the ship itself. It was damaged during the traitor Voigtvir's mutiny. Despite the tech priest's ceaseless prayers, the machine spirits continue to fade. They soon be irretrievably lost. I'll descend to the Sector Bionica immediately. I humbly await your arrival. I mean, if there's new DLC, we gotta check it out. Oh, ha, 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 ha. Ba 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 bang. Oh, that's a swallow peeking at the corner. Implantation Throne is majestic in its antiquity. The metal bench surrounded by countless injectors, manipulators, and bit screens leaves no doubt as to its purpose. The very nature of this machine is designed to transform living bodies by fusing them with blessed iron. Even to the naked eye, it is clear that the machine is ailing, grievingly so. The manipulator's segmented tubes hang limply, bleeding unduant. The dusty lumens are only dimly illuminated. As tech priests try to revive the relic, each swing of their sensors is like a pendulum ticking down the moments until the throne's untimely demise. Your Ladyship, thank you for gracing the Sector Bionica with your presence. You're already acquainted with Drive Master Z-Ra Telar. It is she who has been tending to the ancient relic. She is here to convey the wretchedness of our present position. The tech priest slowly extends her mechandroids, twisting them in an intricate gesture of greeting. Lord Captain, the blessed machine spirit that dwells within the throne is fading. I and many grieving tech priests have been performing unending sacraments of the tech healing and prayers of operational benediction on this throne. But even our devotions are merely staving off the inevitable. This throne is a creation of the Omnissiah made centuries ago. Even before the unholy desecration of the relic, we were barely able to propitiate its ancient machine spirit to perform sacred augmentation procedures. Many litanies and operating protocols did not survive through the ages. Now, with the demise of the keepers of the implantation throne during the mutiny, they've been lost forever. The sacred machine must be saved at all cost. What makes this machine so important? It is unique, one of a kind. Tech Priest's optical augments flash, and surprising fervor creeps into her voice. In the Logis Annals of the Adeptus Mechanicus, this throne is identified as a shrine capable of autonomous augmentation rituals. Its loss is unacceptable, and any condoning of it is sacrilege. In addition, only the rogue trader or persons authorized by the rogue trader may use it. It is an invaluable investment in your longevity and bodily integrity. How were the relics damaged? Infectorum clears his throat and grimaces. During the uprising instigated by the rebellious Master of Whispers, the Sector Bionica was besieged. The Janitors and Medicae officers heroically defended the throne, but eventually the rebels broke through. Most of the defenders fell in the battle, and many machines were lost or damaged. Many were able to be restored. The throne was particularly badly damaged. What sacraments can the throne perform? The shrine is capable of autonomously healing flesh and blessing its augmentations under the supervision of a knowledgeable janitor. Complex procedures can be performed with unimaginable speed and precision, and stimulants administered in the required proportions and combinations. It is a true miracle of the Omnissiah. And how do we save the throne? Only a servant to the machine god endowed with the high rank of Genitor Extremis, versed in all the necessary rituals, and learned in the mystical currents of the motive force, can perform the reparative sacraments and reanimate the mechanism. The only place where one might find such a servant is on the cloistered station of Altar Templum Calixis Exit 17. That was a mouthful. To the best of my knowledge, the cloister Mistress Talar is referring to is located in the Furabundus system. Its denizens are not well disposed to communicating with the laity, but I am willing to leverage every diplomatic connection I possess to gain an audience with the station's clergy. In that case, time is of the essence. Drymaster Vox Grail emits a Biheric aura of thanks. Term adjust his monocle with a satisfied look. I thank you for your favor, your ladyship. Before you depart the Sector Biotica, I would like to present to you Genitor Majoris Ferens and Vivisector Jays Martinix. They are currently performing an urgent procedure and therefore were unable to attend the inspection in person. But I am certain they will receive the Rogue Trader's visit as a great honor, if you will follow me. Water time. Already. Are they doing that without anesthesia? Good God. The smell of medical supplies and weak cries of pain fill the cold air. The two figures stand over an operating table. The patient lying upon is bound in place. His head is soaked in blood. A woman in uniform is desperately trying to force her way to the table. Please help my son in the name of the Golden Throne. I know you can. Notik has endured so much. The lined face of the middle deck veteran is contorted with grief. Every word she speaks comes out in a long moan. Your ladyship, the Medicaid officer dressed in protective attire briefly looks away from the table to welcome you with a solemn address. Vivisector Jays Martinix at your service. The Rogue Trader's visit is a moment event for the Sector Bionica. Will you grant us the honor of observing the operation? The hunched tech priest on the opposite side of the table erupts in a furious Biheric trill as he struggles to immobilize the thrashing and moaning patient. After a time, he likewise turns his metal-plated face to you. The life-form Genitor Majoris Ferenz welcomes Lord Captain Lucindia von Valencius. I second my colleague's statement. Examine the patient. Man chained to the bed is missing the top part of his skull. Ugh! Moist pink content glistens in the lumen light. The patient is conscious. His eyes are open, his parched lips are constantly moving as he mumbles. Man's terrified gaze meets yours, and he falls silent. You know, actually, I think that I know that some brain surgeries, they actually do leave you conscious for. Now curious. Seems the Rogue Trader's presence is indeed influencing this patient's state of mind. Martinez looks back at you with interest. Whether it is a manifestation of devout faith in his anointed, or a bizarre form of delusion, it can only be to our benefit. Whatever you are doing, your ladyship, please continue. Mother is here, Notik, and she is very worried about you. Hold on for her. The patient's clouded gaze is locked on the woman's face, the corners of his parted lips stretching into the faint semblance of a smile. His mother stares back, almost without blinking. Sorry, I'm taking off my sandals. I had to go to the office. Ugh. And I can't use my new wheelchair barefoot. My feet slide off the plate if they do. Or if I do. I've heard a good story can dull the pain. Would you like me to tell you about my adventures? On one occasion... You do not need to finish the tale. A moment later, the two people leaning over the patient simultaneously raise their instruments. In a colorless voice, the tech priest proclaims, registering the complete stabilization of the life form's condition. Internal cortical damage has been treated, requesting closure of the kellet and transfer of the victim to B-class stimulants. He will live. The stimulants won't replace the part of his brain. We implant the sacred cortical implant augment in his skull, will restore his lost ability to think and act. But Captain, please, your subject has a genuine need for this augmentation. This constitutes a violation of the sacred directives. The value of an individual life is incomparably less than the value of the sacred technology required. Augmetics of the specified class are rare and restricted to senior officers, thus dictate the regulations of the Sector Bionica. How was he injured? In the last battle, Lord Captain, where he barely survived his injuries, he has suffered a few healing attempts from charlatans on the lower decks and endured a long road to come here. However, no weapon can destroy the devotion and fortitude of a true servant to the God Emperor. Who is this man? Expendable life form to be utilized in void battles, one of thousands. A soldier from a Voidsman combat unit and a devoted servant to the Emperor. Lord Captain, this young man has been fighting for his life, even through horrendous pain. If you allow the augmentation to be installed, his perseverance will become an example for others to emulate. My only son! He's serving in a void unit. I was the one who told him to go there. My poor Notik! Rasped the woman from behind the Medicae officers. What are your respective proposals? I understand that my opinion may strike you as strange, for the mere fact that this poor soul has found its way to the Sector Bionica might itself be regarded as a blessing. Yet hear me out. The installation of a cortical augmentation will restore the patient to health, serving as an example for the rest of us through his heroism. This will inspire the people and strengthen their faith in Lord Captain. Let them know that the rogue trader's mercy will not abandon them in their hour of need. The life form on the operating table is easily replaceable and does not possess any substantial functional value. Therefore, installation of the implant would be devoid of sense. Proposing replacement of the lost function by means of a Class B powder stimulants. Life form will have limited viability and will be gifted an optimal termination period with partial functionality. An optimal termination period? So what, he only has to work until he's 80 instead of death? Hit the augment, I'm curious. We hear and obey, Lord Captain. Martinez offers you a graceful bow. See to the implementation at once. The esteemed servant of the Omnissiah will assist me in the procedure. Director Majoris' response by Herrick carries a distinct tone of displeasure. Ignoring his colleague's reaction, the vivisector begins inserting thin augmentation spikes into the patient's brain with uncanny precision. Before long, the iron plate of the cortical implant replaces the damaged bone with a resounding crunch. In the silence, you hear the soft sobs of a woman. Notek's mother is weeping helplessly, furiously wiping her eyes with her hands. Now a smile of relief lights up her face. Thank you, your ladyship. I remember your intercession for the rest of my life and pray for your good fortune. I just want to know what information he has. You know, I'm surprised that it just auto-filled the party for us. Correct party at that. Well, I do not like Jay much. Arm segment for each sec this. Creature suffers 50% more shock damage. What's causing that? Were they standing on something that did that to them? Screens of the ancient mechanisms are as empty and dead as a dead man's eye sockets. Machine Spark has not filled them for a long time. There we go. I like how I click that and then the ambient talking immediately fills it. Ooh, stuff! Screens of the ancient mechanism are as empty and... oh, yep. Ooh, what's this? Remote Revitalizer MK Officer. Range at which medkits and stimulants can be used is increased by 2. Medkit is used to restore wounds. It restores plus 50% of the target's... oh, not bad. You can just like, pew them with a needle. Contain an augment. They cannot be equipped like weapons or gears. To insert it into the body, you need to use the implantation through in the Sector Bionica. Design of this antique device is intricate and inscrutable. Judging by the rust on some of its parts, it has not been used to its fullest extent for some time. screens of the ancient... Oh, yep. Alright, Vivisector Martinix. Tall wisp of a man hurriedly turns to you. He's wearing an apron covered with dark splotches, and thin arms are sheathed up to the elbow in medical gloves. Your ladyship, I apologize for my appearance, the medical officer bows low. My name is Jays Martinix, and I have served as Vivisector in this sector, Bionica. It is an untold honor to welcome you to our deck. First of all, allow me to express my gratitude for permitting to place a cortical implant in the injured man. Thanks to your mercy, one more person has been able to continue his service to the God Emperor. The surgeon makes the sign of the Aquila with his hands and bows to you again, even more deeply than before. First, I must boldly warn you that, until the relic that powers the Sector Bionica with the miraculous knowledge of the Omnissiah is healed, my deepest sorrow, installation of sacred implants cannot be performed. Well, okay. I don't want to ask more about the throne. Why do you guys have a debuff? Why are you running around with a debuff? Why do we have, like, more health than everyone? God, I love being a psyker. Left. Oh, hi, baby! I wasn't supposed to look. If I don't look, she stays by me. Oh, well, I mean, when that fan was blown the other day, she still went up to the cat tree. Alright, so now we do still need to go to Footfall. Conveniently, however, we are at one of our sectors. Scan. Where's Footfall? It's a very good idea to make traveling between your sectors and Footfall safe, in my opinion. I hit visit. When I first played this, I didn't realize that you could talk to the tradesmaster, so every single time I wanted to go buy and sell stuff, I would fly all the way to Footfall. Relationship, we have contacted Altar Templar Calyx Extension 17 in accordance with your orders. The Astropathic Choir sent a message to the station about the plight of the Implantation Throne. Altar Templum responded to our overture very promptly, which in itself is extremely remarkable for cloistered servants of the Omnissiah. The Adeptus Mechanicus report that they are most aggravated by the misfortune that has befallen the ancient relic, and are prepared to dispatch to the flagship a learned man versed in the restoration of archaeotech machines. His name is Eogun Phoebus, and he is ready not only to personally assist the dynasty, but also to teach the ship's engine seers all the necessary rituals. In return, the Crimson Priest asks only that you visit the station and inform them of the fate of the miraculous fusion reactor from Reichard Minoris. Very well, I will adjust my plans to include a visit to the Tech Priest of Altar Templum. I will relay that you have agreed to visit the station. Didn't I do some heretical things? Should I lie? Should I lie about what we did at the station? At Reichard Minoris? When in the station's orbit, Lord Captain, awaiting a signal from Altar Templum Calyxis Extension 17. Why is his name so long? For a few seconds, the Vox frequency carries only trepidatious silence, which is soon broken by a rattling voice. We offer up our thanks to the Omnissiah for the intersection of events with a margin of error within the confidence interval. In the infinite branches of the future, this outcome will be marked as favorable. I am Tetria Lemna, Logis of Altar Templum Calyx Extension 17, and I appeal to the rogue trader for sacred knowledge. What is the fate of the miraculous fusion reactor from Reichard Minoris? I managed to remove the reactor from the planet. Omnissiah's blessing. Let us rejoice. The probability in which the Archaeotech was lost is past. The outcome is recognized as most favorable, transmitting a proposal for Cooperation Pact TR2, in accordance with which possession of the Sacred Archaeotech will pass to Alter Templum. Oh my god, Alter Templum. That's his name now. What do you want with it? The knowledge of the fusion of the ancients is undeniable. The scenario of voluntary transfer of the miraculous fusion reactor to our cloister is recognized as the least labor-intensive, and the probability of preserving the usefulness in our hands approaches 1. Consequences of other outcomes are deemed undesirable. Yeah, sure, you can have it. May you be blessed by the Omnissiah as a statistically significant factor. Your locks of our cloister are open. May reciprocal gifts increase the probabilities of your triumph. Hey! In gratitude, this would be really nice at the start of the game. In gratitude for the expanse of our knowledge of Archaeotech, the Tech Clergy Alter Templum is prepared to perform Grade 3 Biheric rites over the machine spirits of your vessel. Genitor Extremis Eogan Febris Manipulus, who has received the benediction of motive force, will be sent to embark on your ship immediately. Omnissiah's blessing. Your ladyship, if I may be so bold as to point out that this learned man possesses a rare combination of skills and is almost certainly proficient in the creation of blessed augments. This is a true boon for the flagship and you personally. Emblard lets out a discontented grumble, all the more peculiar than that the Adeptus Mechanics would so readily hand over one of their invaluable brethren to us. It is unlikely that such generosity is motivated solely by magnanimity. Registering the launch of a cargo shuttle on course for our ship. So many words. Oh man, he is something. He floats. I glanced at patch notes and I think they might have buffed Pascal a little bit. Reading the notes for the DLC, this guy apparently causes some bugs when you're using him. Raising his hand, the tech priest snaps his hand closed as sparks of motive force vanish, almost as if he caught them in his fist. A corpulent man with a metal abdomen and bulky carapace, he hovers above the deck like a large crimson beetle. Mature face sits beneath an angular black cap. For a servant of the Adeptus Mechanicus, his visage retains a surprising proportion of organic material, and is set in a dense beard of cables and pistons.
A wise man once said that a machine spirit cannot be looked upon, and he was right. For the Omnissiah, in his infinite wisdom, has concealed his creation even from the gaze of his most devoted servants. But can the believer come to know the nature of a machine only through an eye of organics or steel? No. For the vapor that brings forth the scent of sacred unguents is the spirit's breath. The rumbling of joints and rods is the beating of its heart. And the motive force is the current of its blood.
Silver Skull hovering nearby stares silently at the priest.
You are correct, Nuncius. I risk boring the rogue trader with my protracted ruminations. However, I will not allow the semantic analysis of my utterance to go unanswered. I will log your thesis for further debate. Now it is time to make my obeisance.
My Halo has jiggle physics?
Rogue trader, your halls are filled with sacred metal, and the ship's tech priests must be commended in observing the sacraments of augmentation. That blessed union of flesh and ferrum sanctum. Beholding this charges my galvanic coils with exultation. I, Genitor Extremis Eogun Febris, greet you and thank you for the opportunity to grace these ancient mechanisms with the gift of operation.
Confirmed. The sacrament of tech relic maintenance has been performed correctly. Protocol for exchange of sacred regalia initiated. Registering the affiliation of this blessed tech unit to the clergy of the Forge World, Styges 8. Requesting confirmation of the unit's familiarity with the standards of the Catechism of Maintenance and Safety in effect on this vessel.
My model's chest doesn't jiggle. My character's does. Did she go, meh? Oh, so cute.
It is my pleasure to confirm the protocol for the exchange of sacred regalia and greet my brother in ministry. The vows taken in this temple are known to me, and I promise to honor them. I request a meeting with my esteemed colleague to facilitate knowledge exchange and to discuss values.
What are you thinking of putting on your Mega Plus team? Who is this wise man who theorized on the nature of the machine spirit? It'd be interesting to read his work.
Junior Lex Mechanic Karain, operator of Auxiliary Terminal 289-0 of the lower workshops of Alter Templum Calixus X-17. A pragmatist and a bureaucrat who saw the world solely through the prism of statistics, endless parades of outflows and inflows. He had little interest in anything other than keeping track of valves and vents, but now and then he would drop pearls of wisdom such as these without even noticing it himself. I felt it was my duty to pick them up.
A compelling display of your abilities. Can you produce energy?
An excellent observation. My technical designation is Manipulus. And here is the galvanic cell, the repository of the motive force. No, that will take too long. Better to give a demonstration. Observe. Questions?
He just shorted out that guy. Stabs him Candroid in the augmented arm of a nearby Technomat. Power snakes along the Manipulous chrome claw into his cell. Technomat's boss starts in a rasp, and then his implants go limp. When certain that you have seen the effect, Eogun sends the power back into the augment and returns to life. Questions? Intriguing. So your galvanic cell not only stores energy, but also redistributes it wherever you direct it. You power it, seemingly by drawing energy from other sources.
Correct. Entirely correct. How rarely do I meet such astute interlocutors among the laity. I respectfully initiate a request for an audience. I must discover what other gems of knowledge are hiding within your rich mind.
Thank you for your help, Eogun. Where do we go next? So you have two
thanks
Venus
are
Mon.
accepted, but my service is not yet at an end.
Is Venus Mon that good?
The clergy of the Alter Templum Calixus X-17 cloister, in gratitude for the tidings of the sacred Archaeotech, request that you be attended by Magos Eogun Febris and the unit Nuncius. I seek your leave to employ our skills and knowledge for the benefit of the Von Valancius dynasty, including but not limited to tending to the machine spirits of the Sector Bionica and conducting experiments in the name of knowledge. In other words, allow Nuncius and I to remain on the ship and accompany you. We are well versed in augmetics, genetics, alchemy, the anatomy of humans, and abominable xenos alike, and the mysteries of the motive force and of sacred engineering. These fields of knowledge may also be employed to eliminate units whose views are not conducive to productive debate.
Welcome aboard, Eogun. Beelzebub BM is another team member. It's so funny that BM is multiple things. Let's see. Baby Mama, Burst Mode, Battle Mode, Bowel Movement. Is there another BM in Digimon?
Skepticism is undeniably one of the instruments of knowledge, dearest colleague. It guards us against many heresies, preventing ego and vanity from clouding reason on the path of service. But as you see, Nuncius, it is not justified in every circumstance. Rogue Trader, Nuncius states that you are a person of rare perspicacity and prudence. I record this as an incontrovertible fact, and thank you for your hospitality.
Oh god, there's also Blast Mode.
But of course, I did not come empty-handed. I would like to present you with this augment. Now that the machine spirit of the implantation throne is awake, I can bestow its blessing upon you or one of your retinue, should the rogue trader will it.
Ooh, 10% minus weapon skill, though. Oh, but being able, like, having our MC be able to just, like, yoink people to them and cut them up, in addition to how much, like, mobility we already have. We're gonna have to level him up all on our own with our brains. I actually think I should put it on Adelbard. Because he's a bit lacking in mobility. Oh, I have to select the specific person. Augmentation directly modifies the character's body in contrast to equipping gear. Installing an augment is permanent. An augment cannot be unequipped and can be replaced only with another augment. If removed, it is replaced with a basic augment. The original body part cannot be restored. There's several ways to install augment implantation throne, big man. Oh. Each augment provides unique, active, and passive bonuses, but always applies an unavoidable negative effect. The character suffers a trauma to the corresponding body part. The installed augment malfunctions. Its positive passive effects are disabled until the trauma is healed, while its negative effects remain. Installing augments inflicts stacks of Ferrum Sanctum effect. Wait, what? Why do you guys... Are you two already full of implants? I mean, I guess it makes sense that Pascal would be. Installing augments, yep, take bonus shock damage. Character has 6 augment insertions, optical, cortical, somatic, 2 insertions in the arms, sinestral and dextral, and 1 musculoskeletal insertion in the legs. Companions possess unique augments. They can be replaced, but other characters cannot install them. Cassia, Space Marine companions, and Xenos companions cannot install augments. Makes sense. Huh. At the start of his turn, if there are no allied characters in his line of sight, so he gets lonely. I mean, the 10% down sucks, but like, him being able to pull people to him will actually be pretty huge. Oh, look at that, you have one. Pearls of Lorp are triggered because of Idra's actions. There's a 38% chance they are not triggered. That is huge. How do I... Oh, no! I wonder if this helps keep her from just dropping dead. Beelzebub is blast mode. Oof. Virtual characters getting 16% crit chance. Pascal gains the Machine Spirit Communion ability, yep. Suffers shock damage for the first time in combat. This damage is doubled. Yeesh. Yep, his Mechandrites. For each Mechandrite Pascal has, the attacker's critical hit chance for the attacks that deal shock damage to Pascal is increased. Yikes. We've grabbed so many of these. Oh, wait, we just get many of these? Pascal gains Machine Spirit Banishment ability. Pascal suffers 25% more energy damage. Good God, guys. Implant functions flawlessly. It has no effect. Running, yep. He suffers slow until the end of his turn. And you, big man. Armor's increased by 18%, his deflection is increased by 2. Eogan cannot equip armor. Huh. Galvanic ability, logic +7, cannot equip cloak. Can he equip anything? Oh, thank you for the follow, Sturgic. I appreciate it. Sturgic. Lance grants Eogan the Magnorail Blast ability. It does not count towards the attack limit per turn. Oh, this augment is considered to be a dexterous insertion. Cannot suffer a crippled right arm. Sweet. Eogan can now gain potential energy stacks. Instead of combat, Eogan gains +1 stack of potential energy. Huh. Stack 1 of 1,000. Except you can't have 1,000. Okay, so it's cool that these are not one-time use. When it said cannot be removed, I thought they were going to be like you had one of them that you could put on a character. All right. Leave ourselves pure for now. Ow. I imagine that the merchant's stock has been changed to include implants now. Pouring another glass of water. It's getting hot. It's supposed to be in the heat index of over 100 here in Minnesota on Monday, and it's 82 at my desk right now. I am going to die on Monday. It is my kid's birthday. Oh, yep, look at that. Huh. This might not be bad. Oh, wait, Xenos can't equip him. I was going to say, this might not be bad on Irlit, but she can't even use it. It's hit by Arc Rifle, Magneral Blast, or Transonic Wave. So, ooh. Ooh. Does not stack. Okay, I was going to say, that seems really good, except that does not stack makes it not good. Where is the Overseer? Their first Overseer archetype ability of an around costs 0 AP. Oh, shit. Someone's Overseer, I'm pretty sure. Unhit attacks with melee weapons inflict galvanic resonance for 1 round. Spec deals 0, 3 times the number of Ferrum Sanctum stacks damage with 28% armor pen to all creatures adjacent to the creature until this effect, and 2 times more damage from the effect of the user. Huh. This might not be terrible on... No, we mostly use Pascal as a range. We don't really use a lot of melee. Like Adelbard, maybe, would be the only person. Oop. User move during their turn for every 10 points of their perception bonus. 1 tactile simulacrum appears in a random cell adjacent to their current position. Wounds are equal to 1. It cannot dodge, parry, block, or take cover. An enemy that destroys attack... Oh, they get exploit if they break it. Okay. Oh, weird. User's fellowship reduced by 10%. Weird. MK Warrior. User deals plus blah blah blah, more melee damage and gains. Number of users' traumas, deflections. User suffers minus stacks of fatigued. Less damage. Ooh. Ooh. This might be going on us. I forgot. We do... Some augments can have galvanization abilities with powerful effects. Only one augment can be sent for galvanization, making its ability available in combat. In combat, the galvanization icon is displayed on the action bar next to heroic acts and depth measures. It can only be used once per combat. And powerful effects, but can also inflict negative effects on the user, making them suffer additional damage, reduce their characteristics, or otherwise penalize them. Well, it's pretty rare that any of our fights last more than one turn. 2, I think anything lasting more than 2 is very rare. Or rounds, not turns. But usually our main character just dances around and kills everything. This user's weapon damage is calculated using their intelligence instead of strength and ballistic skill instead of weapon skill. Those characteristics are higher. Holy crap! Are you kidding me? I'm pretty sure I only have strength because it's good for melee. Wow! Toughness is reduced by 10%. Oh no! User's attacks with a weapon in this hand inflict 3 levels of toxin, and the toxin saturation effect stacks. I haven't used toxic weapons really. This creature dies, explodes, dealing toxic damage. Oh, neat. I think I didn't play the patch where toxin was really good. Yeah, what's our strength at? Oh, our strength's only at 40. Never mind. And our int is 25. Never mind. That would be terrible for us. I guess everything goes into weapon skill. Losing dodge and parry is terrible for us. See, I wonder if this also affects us. Throw all 3 of these on us? Actually, I think I might do just that. Oh, nope, not Lord Captain's quarters. Where do we go to? Whatever, Captain's quarters lead to give us an option for the elevator, right? Damn it. How do I travel around my ship? I don't remember. It's been a while. Because that's the computer. It's gotta be down here then. Oh yeah, can't we talk to Big Man? Whatever. Yeah, because making it so our weapon swings are also AoE. And hopefully they don't also hurt us, that's why I dropped a save there. Because, yeah. Left arm. Right arm. Ah, I thought I could use both. Yeah, let's add the toxin. We do more damage the more dots things have on them. We're looking gross. This is such a weird one. Like, who all performs exploit? It's just Earlet and Pascal, right? I think he does have a butt ton of perception, though. I don't think his fellowship matters. Oh, it didn't save that I put those in. Yeah, our ballistic skill means literally nothing to us. How do I... Guess if I could bring up a context menu for that. Ah, shame these don't, I was really hoping that I could equip both of those. It would have been so strong. We do move a lot, but I don't think we have a ton of perception. How do I lock them in place? Yeah, how do I save them? Oh! I see. There we go. I can't think of anyone that has weapon damage and intelligence. Maybe Jay? Or Jai? It is so weird seeing her out of armor. It actually makes me a little uncomfortable seeing her out of armor. What the fuck is that? I have never had it do that spinning drop box thing. What is that? The fire grenades are for setting ourselves on fire. Oh, I love pyromancy so much. I love psychers in this. The first time I played this, I played a psyker. And it took me 2 turns to beat the final boss. Because it has 2 phases. Alright, so I assume we have to talk to Big Man for there to be more steps to this, but I don't know where he is on our ship. Oh, look at that.
Megos biologus Eurystheus octo rebido declaimed. Every organism naturally born, flesh from flesh, knows fear. But the supreme terror of an organic organism is invariably evoked by the threat of annihilation.
Oh, things are scared to die. How deep?
I have pondered this a great deal. Do death and terror define our existence from the very beginning? Like a kind of fate, a raised blade since our conception that governs our lives. Rogue Trader, do you fear death?
Nuncius' countenance, as a reminder of inevitable end, stares at you with its empty eye sockets. I forget that sometimes that these are like actual human skulls. yes, death life. It's all terribly profound. How funny that that's close to what I said. I'm no stranger to human foibles. We all live with that fear.
And that is what unites us. A sincere answer. It is a rare ruler who will admit that she fears anything at all. Thank you for indulging my curiosity. Now it is your turn to select the topic of conversation.
Your speech differs from that of other tech priests. It is less mechanicistic.
To think that all tech priests speak exclusively like machines is a widespread misconception among the laity. We may strive to draw closer to the machine god, but we remain part of the human race. How exactly a tech priest achieves this oneness is the choice of each individual ordained in the priesthood of Mars, depending largely on personal characteristics, practical considerations, and interpretations of the tenets of the faith. Of course, many attune their language to machine cant or even prefer not to use flesh speak at all. It is then easier for them to make contact with machine spirits.
It's so nice having him talk. Fully voiced.
For myself, however, a key aspect of the machine god is his omniscience. I gather wisdom, and that includes from communicating with laypersons. To this end, standard low Gothic has so far proved to be the most useful. However, this does not negate the fact that I am able to speak all the binaric dialects of Mars, if circumstances so demand.
No Schnellbor.
I can only encourage such a thirst for knowledge. Ask away.
Fascinating. I'm curious about Nuncius, that's what I meant
My
to click on.
dearest colleague is incredibly flattered by the attention. Please, ask your questions.
How long have you two been together?
We have shared a cell since our novitiate on Styges 8. 138 planetary cycles and 72 days have elapsed since then. It may not be accurate in a temporal sense, but you could say we have been together my whole life.
Is he saying he's 138 years old?
He is my dearest colleague and indispensable assistant.
But a servo skull, be honest with me, is Nuncius an abominable intelligence?
Are you truly asking me if I have violated one of the Omnissiah's core commandments as blithely as if you were asking to borrow my stylus? No. 1,000 times no. How could such a thing even be wrought from a single servo skull? A wicked mind of that caliber would require a receptacle of significant cogitational potential. I am deeply outraged by this insinuation, and simultaneously flattered by your assessment of my skills.
Nuncius is as sanguine and impassive as ever.
My dearest colleague asks me to convey that he does not share my strong emotions, and humbly apologizes for this outburst. He also swears before the machine god that he was created according to all the canons of sacred engineering, and that he is not a sacrilegious perversion of his design.
Funny that they can say this and then talk about how they're using AI for Dark Heresy. Nuncius, I wish to
I
speak
will
with you.
take it upon myself to interpret his words. But I beg your pardon in advance for falling far short of my dearest colleague in terms of rhetorical elegance.
Why are you always silent?
Presumption is incorrect. Nuncius is really rather chatty and holds strong views on every conceivable topic, which he does not hesitate to express at the first opportunity. Alas, you, as a layperson, are unable to hear his fiery declarations and witty remarks. Nuncius categorizes this fact as regrettable.
Go take it, Tom. Thank you for this conversation, Nuncius.
Nuncius states that this conversation has stimulated and enriched him.
They're probably in your mom's room because I never take them. That's all I wish to ask.
Nuncius says that he will leave a channel for inquiries about his biography and personal qualities open for you, rogue trader.
You mentioned that you have knowledge of Xenos?
The rank of Genitor grants me the right to study their foul anatomy and behavior for the purposes of identifying their weaknesses. I have personally dissected more than one specimen, and have even preserved specific body parts for further investigation. I research and study their technology to the same end. There is no shame in using our enemies' weapons against them, no matter what some narrow-minded colleagues may say.
And what kind of Xenos do you study? I think that might have an auto-refill.
The mythical kind, shall we say. The subject of my research is an ancient, unusually advanced xeno-civilization. Some among the tech clergy call them Niflimics, believing them to be the first creations of the Omnissiah. Others call them iron anathemas, considering them to be the spawn of abominable intelligence. But the initiated know them as Necrons. And believe me, the hand of the machine god has never touched these monstrous creatures.
Ah. So the DLC that includes Necrons, he studied Necrons.
After more
What a
than
surprise!
1 decade of searching, I have amassed a modest collection of objects that belonged to these Necrons. But I have never succeeded in understanding the purpose of most of them. Many believe that Necrons died out long ago, leaving behind only ruins of black rock. But I do not believe so. They exist still, and they are closer than they seem.
Aw, you've never heard of such Xenos? Damn it, that's right, we're stupid. Wait. We failed on a 105? Difficulty modifier minus 60. Wow. Okay. What objects do you have in your collection? I guess Necrons really are, like, unknown?
That's the beauty of it. I don't know. Allow me to specify. It includes objects of mostly regular forms, cubes, spheres, cylinders, made of unknown black stone or metal. Many are covered in glyphs or patterns that cannot be deciphered. Fascinating trinkets that I have spent years studying, but have never progressed beyond flimsy theories that cannot be confirmed experimentally. Perhaps my approach is fundamentally flawed, or the objects are non-functional. Or perhaps they simply do not want anyone to root out their secrets. It's a mystery. A stimulating mystery.
Why do you believe that they're alive?
I have encountered inconsistencies in my research. Ghost colonies with fresh tracks that match the descriptions of these Xenos from various sources. Adeptus Mechanicus expeditions that plunged into obsidian ruins, never to return. Gaps in the knowledge repositories of individual worlds, as if someone had been trying to hide information in isolation All these are unexplained coincidences. But if I analyze the cumulative frequency of the events and the systems in which they occurred, and compare them to the few things I do know, I can detect certain patterns. The ancient Xenos are exhibiting activity.
Awareness test failed. My God. Why?
I look forward to seeing what new topic of discussion you propose.
Just take my leave.
I find our conversation stimulating.
I've been playing a bunch of Poe, so I'm trying to like move my character with WASD. Oh, I have been having a lot of fun with Poe too. Like, I knew I would have fun with it, but damn, I'm having a lot of fun with Poe too. Regrettably, one of the planets we have to go to. Well, I guess, maybe not regrettably, but it's a place that we have to commit a heretical action. If you know what I mean. It's messed up that we can't go to the Imperium. It's just there taunting us. An audience with the Arbitus, arrange for the reception of Navis Noblade under Duragonis. Huh. I don't want to go to the Forge World yet. Combead, here comes life with a crackle. Lord Captain, following the rites of healing performed by the esteemed Manipulus Febris upon the implantation thrown in the Sector Bionica, the machine spirits dwelling within the relic revealed something extraordinary to us. Upon awakening, the sacred Archaeotech brought several more machines back to wakefulness. After performing diagnostic rituals, the tech priest discovered a secret door behind one of the devices. It was inscribed with an ancient Von Valencia's coat of arms. As soon as the tech priest tried to enter, a genetic guardian blocked the way. Refused to open the door to anyone but rogue trader Siberian Von Valencius or his heirs. Siberian Von Valencius? What do we know about him? Therein lies the problem, your ladyship. No rogue trader by the name Siberian is listed in any dynastic chronicle. The historiators of the flagship are also unfamiliar with the name. Why the Guardian thinks it belongs to an owner that never existed is a mystery, and only you, as the actual head of the dynasty, can find the answer. I'll check the door and the Guardian immediately. As you say, your ladyship, the High Factorum has taken it upon himself to make the necessary preparations. He will meet you there. If I was doing a dogmatic playthrough, I'd probably use Solomon and I mean, I really like using Argenta. Argenta's so strong. I think I missed my chance to do a heretical action to kill her, though. The High Factorum, Cherugan Martinix, and Genitor Farrens are already waiting for you by the mysterious door. All behind them looks perfectly flat, only the metal coat of arms gleaming in the lumen light and the steady glow of the genetic guardian's impassive lenses reveal that one of the dynasty's secrets lies beyond this wall. You know, with how big the ship is, they could just keep, every DLC could just be like, oh yeah, there's actually a secret part of the ship. Guardian of the secret room looks far less menacing than the gargoyle that guards the entrance to the warrant chamber. This is just a recess in the wall, framed in metal, with an analyzer needle inside. A small vid screen beside it. Lines of mechanically indifferent text appears on the screen. Access is forbidden. Entry is authorized only for Siberian Von Valencius or his direct descendants. Or Imperium, examine the coat of arms on the wall. Thanks, Jai. The heraldic symbols cast in the old bronze are undoubtedly from the Von Valencius dynasty. Only certain details draw your eye. Some elements of the ornamentation in the archaic script. They indicate that the coat of arms, as well as the wall itself, is several centuries old. Answer me, spirit of the genetic guardian. Who is Siberian? Error, the request is invalid. Entry is authorized only for Siberian von Valencius. Place your hand in the recess. As it pierces your hand, wriggling repulsively beneath your skin. I hate that. A split second later, the color of the genetic guardian's vid screen changes to a welcoming green. Identification passed. Welcome, member of the von Valencius dynasty. A tremor passes through the wall, accompanied by the deep groan of ancient locks releasing. Sector Martinez' pupils dilate. He takes a wary step forward and freezes. Incredible! Generations of Cherugians have toiled away here, and were utterly unaware. Ferens lets out a shocked exclamation in lingua technicus, which shifts into a sharp biheric scream. Then, embarrassed by his outburst, the tech priest bashfully steps aside, respectfully making way for you. Be careful, Lord Captain. Adelbard narrows his eyes at the outline of the coat of arms, his brows furrowed stubbornly. Dynastic secrets can be more than a little dangerous. It is my righteous duty as seneschal to escort you inside. The door slides to one side with a metallic thud. Stale air rushes out of the hidden room, carrying with it particles of centuries-old dust. Ooh. Despite the stale air in the small chamber, the richly jeweled display case looks as if it's been meticulously maintained all this time. Not a single mote of dust on the clear, gleaming glass. Excellent, used a lockpick. Grants a jump maneuverability upon landing. There's a 25% chance up to 100%. As the user falls prone and deals 25 shock damage with armor pen to all adjacent creatures. Yeesh. I already jump around enough. Who dat? A figure in grand attire stares down at you from the portrait with an air of regal superiority. Insignia embellishing his lavish cloak leaves no room for doubt. This is a rogue trader of bygone days. His right hand rests on the hilt of an exquisite blade, and his roguish half-smile radiates majestic condescension. The plaque reads, Siberian von Valencius Massimo of Cornus, rogue trader of the Imperium and guiding light of his dynasty. Study the details of the portrait. It's hard to argue with the simple truth. The subject of the portrait was an extremely good-looking individual. Not one of his meticulously painted scars, which by the rogue trader bore like medals of military valor, would spoil his noble beauty. Examine the weapons in the portrait. I mean, no doubt about the weapon's origins. The sword depicted by this unknown artist brush was not forged by human hands. The fluid curves, the exceptional luster of the blade, the gem at the hilt show the weapon to be the work of an Aldari artisan. The blade is also unusual for the runes engraved along its length. They are most ancient indeed. The inscription is in the Aldari language, recounting the legend of an unholy god of war revered by the Xenos. What an intriguing blade, but to display it in a ceremonial portrait is a sign of either fantastic arrogance or self-indulgent stupidity. Study the background. Your eye is drawn to the head of the predatory creature behind the man. Its beastly face, distorted in mortal rage, is vaguely familiar, and its gaze, too intelligent for a dead thing, is fixed on something very specific outside the painting. Look closely at the face. Chiseled features, dark brows, and a gaze full of inner strength. You also notice the finely worked furrows of stubbornness in his forehead. At the corner of his mouth, there is strove to capture the complex character of a strong-willed man. Seems to have done a superlative job. Superlative. Cassia studies the canvas thoroughly, barely touching the scroll with the heavy frame with her slender fingers. The work of a skilled and undoubtedly talented painter, Lord Captain. The execution is so exquisite that glimpses of the model's own emotions flicker before my gaze, as if the master has captured not only the man's likeness upon the canvas, but his very soul. He cut a fine figure, which remains silent, perhaps because, despite the vividness of the person depicted, it's only an object that has been hanging on this wall for centuries. I will not dishonor the glorious name of the von Valencius dynasty, I swear it. You know you speak the truth. You begin to think the man in the porch is looking back at you with faith in his eyes. Danrock, I found a portrait of my ancient ancestor. I wish for it to be rehung in my chambers. Now, step away. The chair, luxuriously upholstered in natural velvet, is clearly the work of a highly skilled craftsman. It's obvious at a glance that it is worth a fortune. Ooh. This attacks with the weapon in hand, inflict. God damn it! Ooh, no, not to cargo. Cover of the book is coated in a thick layer of dust. The sprayed edges have warped and marred with decay. Writing implements lie in disarray. An autoquill, an ornately shaped inkwell, and a paperweight, as if the diarist had made the last entry before leaving their secret study in haste. Just off the cover. The sturdy, well-crafted leather with expansive embossing has hardly faded with the effects of time. Von Valencia's coat of arms stamped on it, it is embellished with large gems. The book is covered in many scratches and scuffs, as if the book has survived more than a few adventures. At the bottom of the cover, the name Siberian von Valencius is written in florid script. It appears to be a personal diary. Open to the first few pages. The pages are filled with cramped writing, along with blots, crossings out, and sweeping underlines that reveal the owner's passionate nature. The ink is as faded and decayed as the pages themselves, the thin parchment crumbling to dust at any careless touch. All I can be certain of is that the portion of my designs that most of my retinue would consider overtly bold will not leave the confines of these chambers. It is rather amusing that this personal laboratory has ultimately become a secret sanctuary, whose walls I can tell most of my ideas and research. At times, I sense the esteemed Exalt 117 is entirely aware of its existence. But the Archimagos has always possessed that rare combination of human qualities, a sense of tact coupled with the ability to keep others' secrets. The stream of thought is cut short. Next page of the diary has been ripped out. The siege is over. It takes more than a single battle won to snuff out the flames of war. They're showering me with their artless praise. They're lauding me as the savior of the dynasty. Yet I cannot shake the thought that it may be my hand that signed its death warrant. What if the artifact in front of me now is not enough? Yet the place where I found this relic may hold still more. God Emperor willing, I shall find them. No one must know about the cluster I discovered. No one must interfere in my search. I will order Arbrozo not to record the warp routes in the archives of his esteemed house. And should I fail, then perhaps my descendants might finish what I started. The dynasty's private cogitator on Dargonis seemed ancient and loyal enough to me to entrust with the coordinates. The access identifier is Laria. This will open the secret areas of the machine spirit's memory. I hope I will be the one who reads this journal upon my return, and I hope I will destroy this evidence of my inexcusable faintness of heart. Remaining pages of the diary are utterly untouched. Perhaps the cogitator in the place of Dargonis, mentioned in the last entry, can tell you more about this mysterious Siberian von Valencius. It's just us very, very slowly walking out. No, I don't think I have yet. God. Last night it took me like 30 minutes to get my phone charging. Speaking of, that just reminded me of it. Jack wipes the sweat from his brow, then sets to drying his fleshy hand with a silk handkerchief. Your ladyship, has your search been successful? Have you learned anything about the fate of our mysterious Siberian? After a thorough search, I found a handwritten diary signed by Siberian von Valencius. That's something. One can learn a great deal about the individual from the personal writings. It is, of course, assuming he was sufficiently truthful in his account. What did the diaries tell you, Lord Captain? 8? Damn. The secret chamber in a sanctuary. The final entry tells of the siege of Dargonis. Such a historical event is not in the chronicles. Storm takes to absent-mindedly twirling the autoquill in his hands. Let me think. That is strange indeed. I have studied the history of the dynasty enough in detail to recall all the major battles of the last millennia, and none took place on the capital world. I found a reference to a certain cogitator in the Palace of Dargonis, as well as the data key that grants access to its archives. Wonderful! You should definitely go to Dargonis and convey that code to the cogitator's machine spirit. Sanctuary and laboratory. I believe that Siberian was overly interested in radical ideas. That explains a great many things, particularly the fact that no mention of him survives the official histories. Tense furrow forms on his brow. Suppose there must be something dark and nefarious behind all this, far more than we can even guess. Nothing more survives the records. Found a portrait of a nobleman holding an unusual sword on one of the walls. What gave you the notion that the blade depicted was more than just a ceremonial weapon, your nameship? The unnamed subject of the portrait somehow obtained an Eldari ritual sword decorated with the religious writings. It would be a pleasure to possess such a thing. Eye Vector impales slightly and looks away. I see. It's a strong indicator that the blade's wielder was a most distinguished individual, even among road traders. Not everyone can afford to possess such an item. It must be a genuine portrait of Siberian. The fellow in the portrait was rather handsome and sumptuously dressed. I see. Alas, this sheds no light on who he really was. Although an elegant appearance, it is indeed a hallmark of the nobility, and you are no small proof of that. Enough about the blade. Very well. What else have you managed to uncover, Lord Captain? That is everything I managed to discover. Your thoughts? Your ladyship, I imagine that Siberian was a man of remarkable talents and extraordinary destiny. I regret that I was fated to never see him in the flesh. Lifeform Generator Ferens is extremely disturbed by the discovered addition to the genealogical tree of the Von Valencius dynasty. I request permission to make the appropriate changes to the Sector Bionica archives. It would seem that Siberian Von Valencius was indeed the one erased from the official chronicles. What deed prompted such a step? I do hope. And the machine spirit of the ancient cogitator on Dargonis sheds light on this mystery. We will not have to consign what we learned to oblivion, Lord Captain. Oh my god, so much reading!
In this tapestry of
I will look at them while I'm getting ready to cook.
The rogue threat.
Gotta upgrade my arm. So stupid that we immediately got just a better version. Wait, where'd it go? There it is. I'm scared to look at Egbert's Evo gun. There we go. Egbert's leveling up since he's only level 16. He's got 10 levels to go. And while I can definitely make a passable character, I'm not great. I think that they might have added another background to start your rogue trader as well. I think you might be able to start as an Adeptus Mechanicus now, maybe. Or maybe not, I'm not sure. I'm just guessing. Oh, right, Overseer is the dog. You're an Overseer, right? Yeah. One of the implant... No. You're enjoying a few light novels. What are you reading? Oh my god, did it actually sort my stuff for once when I didn't think it was going to? There we go. Nope, not that one. I sort of grabbed something specifically for Overseers. Well, Pascal does use arc rifles. I know, he currently has a plasma gun. Are you the arbitrator? It's 15 coercion? Where's coercion? Okay, no. Oh, the arbiter. It's Solomon. Solomon's the arbiter. I feel like I should just have the Sunjay at all times. Oh, what? No, she gets coercion. All targets of Taunting Stream suffer willpower. Test against this ability. Elbar, what you got on your head, bud? Plus 10 toughness. We're gain. Oh, an auto heal. Tempting. Plus 5 bonus lower Xenos, and a plus chance to hit him. The Mech Touch. I've never even heard of that. What chapter are you on then? And I could have sworn that there was something specifically for Overseers. What are you, Adelbard? Arch Militant? You have Grand Stats. Fuck it. I have no real desire to use this guy. Ugh, I've already committed to it, I guess. Ooh. Alright, he doesn't wear armor. I can't remember. Resistance, maybe? There's 10% per stack. That's not horrible, I think. There's a defensive one somewhere. Wow. It's been so long since I played that I can't remember. It will not die. There we go. We definitely need things for him to give him more armor, since he can't actually equip armor. Should we use him? Chat. Whoa! What? The hell you mean, chapter 4832? Oh yeah, does he have taunt even? Hopefully. Ooh. Yeah, Krause, I guess. What are you laughing at? Aww. She's so funny. Sorry about turning my face into, or my mic into a fan. That is, that, I would rather start reading One Piece. Hits deal less. Enduring shield. Bum 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 bum. Bum 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 bum. It's only on 7,500. That's too many chapters. I assume the chapters can't be that long if it's that many, but that's too many chapters. Hmm. Damn. Plus 4 momentum. Selfless resilience. There we go. I still don't really plan on using them, though. I do have a lot of free time, but that is too many chapters. Oh, I haven't even picked up, picked So I'm a Spider, So What back up. Oh yeah, we gotta go to the map. Alright, so I assume we have to go solve our issues on Dargonis before we can do this. Yeah, I think I'm only halfway through So I'm a Spider, So What? Oop, shit, I forgot to do the scan. Facebook, I do not need a notification that my roommate sent me a message twice 20 seconds ago. I do not need a reminder from 20 seconds ago. I just got burnt out on reading. She back there purring up a storm. Oh, that's a happy kitty. This looks like a place we're going to be able to land. What do you know? Sentinel's Pride hives are oozing nauseous haze veined with sulfurous streaks. Promethium fumes from the gigantic distilling cauldrons located beyond the temperate shields. Vast, endless deadlands littered with spots of promethium stations and refineries separate the colossi of rockite and adamantite with its crown of gargantuan spires. The heat of the system's stars turned this world into a boiling, but lucrative gland within the body of the House Chorta Protectorate. Trying to tell what's more impressive, the grotesque grandeur of this place or its extreme toxicity. Okay. Is that just one of those ones that we have to scan for rep? Ooh, adamantite, we do need that. Eventually we can place enough extractum on everything, but we're not there yet. Alright, I want to have this place next to us before I continue. Oh wait, no, that's Kranek. Where's Dargonis? Oh. Is there really no safe way to these spots? Damage taken, yep. God, Emperor's Peril, huh. So there's no safe way to these systems, huh? Tyrion releases us. I was going to say that better form a path to there. Solmorn and Thar. Bum, 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 bum. Imagine not having Final Fantasy music stuck in your head all the time. Because I sure can't. Now we have so much Promethium. We need more... whatever phlogistone. In fact... colony management. Blocks Dark Sages. I'm sure that I was working on the Dark Sages. Yeah, all allies do more to Xenos. And it gives us more profit factor. And Argonis. Efficiency. Wrap. Oh, yeah, we definitely want Seasons of Wars. So we need our efficiency up a little bit. Well, this will give us efficiency, but also dogmatic. Fellowship of the Void Wrap. Ash from Breath. That's Basilica. Xenotech. I do like Xenotech. Oh, wait, these don't block anything out. Shit. Yeah, I can do all of these. Sweet. I just need to wait for them to be built, which takes a bit. There's so much plat steel everywhere, and I feel like you do not need nearly as much as you find. But like Mass Effect 2, just get enough materials by like Act 2 so you never need another one. I was so happy when they increased the speed on the mining minigame, because that sucked. Oh no, it's dangerous. I might have to fight... Oh. Hail, Rogue Trader! As you know, there's no unsolvable dilemmas, only poorly formulated questions. You strike me as someone who knows how to ask the right questions, and so I'd like to invite you to participate in my scientific research. Will you honor me with your presence in the Sector Bionica? I am intrigued. I shall proceed to you directly, Genitor. Blessed are those who heed the call of the Omnissiah. I look forward to our conversation, Rogue Trader. Are we locked into Heretical yet? Because I want to be. I want to be locked into Heresy. On the operating table, several bodies are laid out. Their mutilations exposed to the chill air. Their chest and abdominal cavities yawn wide. Excavated of their augmented organs, which now nestle in flasks, still connect to the bodies by tubes and cables. Judging by the rhythmic contractions, the organs are still functioning. Ewan hovers beside the table, assiduously... taking measurements and jabbing mechandrites into the extracted organs or inside the bodies. Nuncius keeps stoic vigil nearby, an impassive observer of this grotesque spectacle. Closer look at the bodies. 3 men of differing ages lie before you, young, middle-aged, and old. If you look closely, you can see that they still have a semblance of life about them. Each one has had the top of his skull delicately removed, and electrodes are now attached to the blush-hued brain tissue latticed with blood vessels, though the neck is one continuous gaping wound. It is spread and held in place by a complex system of clamps. Pathologically emaciated build and spindly, almost transparent limbs indicate that this is a void board. A glance in the open ribcage reveals signs of damage. The sac around the heart is torn and the vessels have been reinforced with metal staples. Porteous heart is half augment. Both ventricles have been replaced by pumps, which are connected to opaque tubes that run to the Medicaid device's reservoir. Young man's neck is tattooed with his bay code and job title. Seems he's a common worker from the lower decks. With his well-developed musculature and strong bones, this man presents a stark contrast to the others. His left arm is missing, along with part of his shoulder. Shreds of major vessels protrude from the neatly trimmed stump. They have been closed off with bizarre-looking end caps that are wired with a metal arm laying nearby. The Enforcer's emblem is tattooed on the man's neck, topped with the Von Valencia's coat of arms. The old man's eyelids are closed and his face is serene. He might appear to be sleeping peacefully were it not for the deathly pallor of his face and his monstrously mangled neck. He had been fitted with a voice implant at some point previously, but had recently been wrenched from the unfortunate man's body. Every so often, the metal hose now serving it as his trachea emits a reedy whistling sound. He is clutching something tightly in his right hand. It is an ornate set of prayer beads, kind used by ordained servants of the ecclesiarchy. Absorbed in his work, Eogun pauses for a moment, listening to Nuncius, then glances at the cogitators and shakes his head. No, dearest colleague, that would be excessive. Nuncius, shed some light on these experiments, would you? Nuncius obediently turns on his built-in lumen, aiming the subjects on the tables. Seems he is unwilling to divulge the subtleties of the experiment, silently ceding the right to answer to Eogun. The Manipulus's massive bulk spins around to face you, his eyes dancing with excitement. Rogue traitor, your arrival has triggered a cascade of impulses to the prefrontal cortex of my brain. Delight. That is the word I was searching for. Cast off your worries. The subjects of the experiment have been preserved through a combination of alchemical compounds, local transactions of the motive force, and moderately invasive augmentation procedures. In other words, all three are very much alive. Throughout his speech, Eogun's Macandrites continue their manipulation of the bodies. The crux! All three organisms were found in critical condition. Ask myself, is their usefulness and productive capacity truly at an end? Nonsense! Move from a state of being to a state of non-being entails no benefits or meaning. I personally ensured that their vital functions were preserved. Our goal could not be simpler, to vanquish death by creating the perfect righteous man. That, which I have dubbed the Triziomata. Needless to say, the procedure is highly experimental and demands a certain looseness of interpretation in regard to augmentation canons, as well as integration of components that would incur the Imperium's disapproval. But the Omnissiah teaches us to surmount any obstacles in the name of knowledge, especially when pursuing a goal of such magnitude. Triaziomata? What is that? Whew! The triune essence, the amalgamation of the best constituent parts of three individuals who have excelled themselves in service. Metaphysically, it consists of three beginnings: mortal flesh, verum sanctum, and righteousness. By creating the perfect combination, we will achieve a totality that is vastly superior to its components in its qualities and usefulness to the Imperium. What's the practical significance of your experiment? In their current state, each of the subjects is doomed, but just as the parts of the dying mechanisms can be combined again to create a functioning machine, so too can these subjects be combined into a single entity, granting them continued life to the correct configuration of the Ferrum Sanctum, and the organic components of all three. The only thing I require to continue the experiments is a solution to my dilemma. Which subject should serve as the base? How did you decide to create a Triaziomata out of these three? There are strong arguments in favor of each of them. The Genitor raises a clawed Macandrite and begins flexing its manipulators in time with his words. Firstly, they have all performed their services impeccably, which suggests outstanding human qualities. Secondly, each body is robust enough to receive the blessing of the Omnissiah. And thirdly, there is no chance of salvation for any of them. No other chance of salvation for any of them. Much talk of deviation from canon's mysterious components sounds suspicious. No, I don't care about heresy. Why are all three subjects so horribly mutilated? Two reasons. First is that they were previously fatally injured. I performed numerous rites and manipulations to ensure that each were able to avoid a fatal outcome. The subject is that I have been conducting the necessary measurements to fully assess the compatibility of the configurations of Ferrum Sanctum and organic components for an optimal experimental result. This often requires the extraction of said components. Whew! He talks a lot. Why aren't you fully voiced? Just mostly voiced. Why is the experiment so important to you? An angry spark zips along pistons and manipulator's beard. Floats higher, turning his glowering gaze on the sector's ceiling. Because I cannot abide the senseless waste of potential. I cannot accept that a foolish accident in the fragility of organic flesh can, in an instant, deprive the Imperium of worthy servants. If I am able to extend their service life, I will do so, whatever the cost. Evan's passionate speech could be mistaken for pride and conceit. Something else lies behind it. Endogenous, born of some deeply personal experience. Man carries a heavy burden. The experiment is but one of his many attempts to relieve himself of it at last. Is that why his suit is so messed up? And his legs just kind of dangle? Any more questions plague me, rogue trader? Very well, I will help you. What role am I to play in this experiment? You don't have the patience for this game? Come on, you only gotta read like 7 books. It's like a visual novel, except there's a tactics gameplay in between, which is seemingly pretty common in visual novels, actually. A decisive one. I can detail the composition and humor ratio of each experimental subject. Measure the mass of their frontal lobe, or answer with pictosecond accuracy of how often their heart contracts. And how does one calculate a man's righteousness? How do you weigh diligence of service? You will help me answer these questions by choosing the basis for the triazomata. Your assessment will be the linchpin upon which this experiment hinges. When I asked Nuncius for advice, just join me in Mech Touch. I don't think I have the patience for that. My dearest colleague and I have had more than one concilium. We have never reached a consensus. Nuncius is a skeptic, and our positions rarely align, but we tend to reach a compromise in the end. Alas, none on this occasion. The only thing we agree on is that the need for a third opinion. Only you can furnish us with said opinion. This is an inconceivable fact. What is it that Nuncius disagrees with? Servo Skull hovers in haughty silence, which is only broken by Eogan's sighs of exasperation. Pursing his lips together, Manipulator grunts out. To condense his overly pedantic response, Nuncius does not consider righteousness to be in any way a significant factor in this research. Had I any less respect for my dearest colleague, I would say that this constitutes an egregious misunderstanding of the conceit of the Triziomata. It is indicative of an extremely close-mindedness, but such remarks are beneath me. What do you understand by the term righteousness? A combination of countless factors that unite the thoughts and deeds of a person in the quintessence of worth of his being within his specific society. It allows to provide a less broad definition, but no matter. Much more important is how you define righteousness. The subject you choose will determine the answer to that question. Before I make my choice, tell me about the merits of all three. Enforcer Lauren Key. He has diligently served on the ship since birth, a participant in countless combat landings, where he was a model of valor and steadfastness. He is known on the lower decks for being tough but fair. His last act of heroism was the rescue of an enforcer patrol and a number of workers on deck 515E2. Lauren Key placed his own body over a crack grenade thrown from the crowd by a mutineer. Next is the old man. Preacher Cleophanes, originally assigned to serve in the ship's reliquary. He rejected the luxury of the chapel in favor of an eternal pilgrimage on the decks, where no servant of the ecclesiarchy had ever set foot. Through his example and word, he encouraged and instructed the outcast and forgotten. Thousands of souls who would have otherwise lost their faith and fallen into heresy came to know the word of the Emperor. But it only took one to end the Cleophanes' preaching for good. A madman attacked him during a sermon, managed to rip out the preacher's vocal implant before the crowd tore him apart. Damn. Finally, Ugan touches the void beneath. Mikosh, a ventilation shaft crawler from the Sorting Hub 10. He dutifully burned mold slime and vermin, and would be the first to climb into blocked ducts, risking his life to deliver recycled air into the sector. He was a true believer and never lamented his lot. In his final foray, he saved hundreds of workers by using his body to plug a hole in a combustible gas pipe, Toxicity led to cardiac arrest and blood poisoning. Jesus Christ. Wait, is baby sitting in front of the van? Oh, well, it's high enough that it doesn't hit her. She wants to hang out with us. And it's warm. It's between the enforcer did a lot of good. The worker also did good. Enforcer. Fuck the priest. We want heresy on our ship. The worker. The choice has been made, but will you deign to answer my question? Why him? I must know your thought process. He could have saved himself, but he chose to sacrifice himself for the sector. Selflessness is the highest expression of righteousness. I figured it wasn't going to give a lot of points. Thank you, Lucinia. This is it. The solution to our dilemma. I'll begin the triazomia procedure. May organic flesh and sacred machinery be one. 2 hours and 23 minutes. I think my sort of surgery was like 20 minutes. My longest was 12 hours. With a barely audible crunch, Eogun's injector machinery pierces the brain tissue. The man's face contorts in anguish. His back arches in a fit of spasms, his brow furrowing. Gentor delivers a powerful pulse of the motive force. The unfortunate man drops limply back down to the table. The priest manipulators dart between the three bodies, separating organs, augments, and limbs, transplanting them to the new host. Discharges of energy coruscate around Eogun's hulking figure, growing brighter and brighter until the final flash leaves you temporarily blinded. When your vision returns, you see the manipulus carefully releasing the subject's limbs from the restraints. The process is complete. It's funny, when I first played this, there was actually less options to gain ideology, so it was really hard to build. So we made a warhammer Frankenstein. Well, Frankenstein's monster. Creature, which a second ago resembled a humanoid lump of bloody meat studded with metal, suddenly leaps up with unexpected vigor, tossing Eogun backward and letting out an unintelligible howl of suffering. Before anyone can react, the amalgam man barrels towards the entrance of the Sector Biotica, filling the deserted quarters with his plate of moans. Stares after him in amazement. Impossible! Calculations were perfectly calibrated. All factors taken into consideration. Was the specimen defective? I must find the Traziomata immediately and determine what went wrong. Combeat crackles to life, carrying the Voxmaster's anxious voice. Lord Captain, urgent report from Mistress Sourback. A strange creature resembling a malfunctioning servitor is heading towards the lower decks, shouting pleas that make reference to you in the Genitor Febris. Forces have been dispatched to intercept it. They assumed that you would prefer to assess the situation personally. At least we know where to look for your creation, Eogun. Voxmaster, we are on our way. One way or another, we must see the experiment through to the end. Yeah, 5,000 words with that many chapters is insane. When did it start? The 70s? What do you actually have equipped for weapons? Plasma gun and an Amisai axe. Yeah, I think I've been selling all the other ones I've gotten. Like, this pistol's better. Less range, but better. You can't wear armor. Get you a hat. Get you more armor. Fellowship and Commerce. Sure. Grenades cost less. Plus 3 tech use. Yep. I'm sure you have a ton of tech use, though. Yeah, 90. I'm not surprised. No bolters. Our bolters are on Argenta, who we don't usually have with us because, oh, it makes sense he can't use boots. Who, we don't usually have with us because she is very much dogmatic. Oh, this. That's what it was. Oh. Yeah, we definitely want her using that. Damn it. She's the only overseer I have in my current party. Yeah, when I play a dogmatic character, I'm thinking of having them be a sniper or a bolter user. Something resembling a nest made out of thermal insulation material. This must be where the workers sleep between shifts. Bloody bare footprints stretch further down the passageway. The air smells of machine unguents and medicae substances. Okay, let's not go the direction of the blood. Page as the start of each shift is marked, the last mark is missing. The workers went on strike. Yeah, rob the poor! We're gonna have to fight through here, and that's why there's valves.
There will be no peace in my
Oh, right.
way.
Oh, jeez. No, not I. C? C. We're actually not locked into her heresy yet. Damn. Man, that's a pain in the ass. Yeah, once we're 3, we're locked in. We're at 4 of 15 points for Dogmatic. I actually feel like the final Dogmatic skill is actually pretty decent. Until the start of their next turn, the Rogue Trader becomes immune to any attacks from demons and Xenos. All demons and Xenos in a 5-star radius consider them a priority target, can only be used once per battle. Are you kidding me? You can pop that and all of them will charge just you and you're immune to them? Worker is huddled on the floor, the imprint of a mechanical hand on his shattered shoulder. Someone seized him with great force. The container can be seen beyond the massive bars. Perhaps examining the pipe will allow you to reach it. Yeah, Oh no! The valves might be a puzzle. Oh man, LCAT puzzles are bad. Huge pipes, the arteries of the ship run through the bays, delivering air, water, and heat through a propulsion force of steam. Seriously, the intelligence gods, or
Patience.
knowledge gods domain in Wrath of the Righteous, terrible. It shows the steam pressure in this pipe is close to the maximum. However, it does not reach the bars at the end of the other. Okay, so that do it? This one's also got high on its thingy. Okay, do we have to go re-hit the other one? Need sink warms the air on scorching temperature. This is the warmest part of the bay. The workers have even dragged desk chairs in here. Okay, no, we don't have to re-hit it. Okay, it looks like valves now aren't available to hit, so it was just the one specific one we needed to do. Sweet! Oh, wait, no. I hate this. But there's treasure to be had. Okay, yep, that one did something. Wait, no. It's this one. This one next. If we see the steam coming out of it, that's the one we gotta turn. Or maybe not. Nope, nothing is happening. You know, maybe there's more beyond this door that we're supposed to hit. I think we just hit all of them and nothing happened. Nothing happens. When we hit this, yeah, this one's no longer hittable. Yeah, there's gotta just be more on the other side of the door. The Triazo model lies prostrate before the entrance to the bay. Faint Aquila on the door, the only witness to his incoherent babbling. His hysterical wails of the righteous Triune man are interrupted from time to time by the clanging of his augmented skull against the deck. A vicious mixture of blood and oil oozes from the staples on his forehead. His fingernails are chipped from his attempts to dig the implant out of his body. The young man stutters out prayers interspersed with fearful lamentations to an unseen interlocutor. The lameness shows weakness of spirit. God Emperor, let me get up and work. Spasm racks his body, and his already muddled speech turns into a frightening cacophony that barely sounds like language. Suddenly, the Triazo Mata pounds his head on the deck again, spews forth another medley of ragged sentences. Do I have a choice? Hunger's pawing at my door. I will work my shift and die before I betray the dynasty, the spasm repeats. Egan clicks his tongue in displeasure, wearing a piston in his beard, as he thinks. Subject left the sector Bionica prematurely. Nonsense is right. I was so absorbed in the Triazo Mata procedure and its successful outcome that I made the mistake of unfastening the restraints before the psychological evaluation could be conducted. Rogue Trader, we must stabilize the Triazo Mata before the specimen is forever lost to us. How do I stabilize it? Just as bandage binds a wound and patch secures damaged steel, so can wounds heal a fractured mind. Or so can words heal a fractured mind. He's bewildered and frightened. He does not understand the gift that has been given to him. Talk to him. That's a lot of leeches. Address the Triazo Mata. Greetings, I am Lucindia. I just want to talk. Mumblings and the head thumbing stop. The man shifts his clouded gaze to you, and you see recognition in his eyes. Lord Captain, I'm no layabout. I'll work my shift. That's no excuse for idleness, but my heart... Give it back! I beg you! The young man digs his broken nails into his chest augment and makes a pitiful attempt to rip it out. He breaks down weeping, swaying from side to side. You have undergone a grave operation. Implants need time to settle, and your body and mind need time to adapt. Promise you will feel better. Let me take a look at it. I will ease your pain. We actually do have really high Medicaid because we're supposed to be using medkits every so often. Triazomata goes well, allowing you to examine him, treat his wounds in the places where implants meet flesh with antiseptic ointments, and apply targeted stimulants to alleviate his pain. His frenzied breathing begins to even out. Triazomata looks more stable, a little more, and you will be able to calm him down. So you have undergone a grave operation. The implants need time to settle, and your body and mind need time to adapt. I promise you will feel better. His whole body shudders, then freezes abruptly, sobbing. He whispers with a witless smile, "You'll give my heart back. I'll earn the right to work again?" Triazomata stops. The poor man's shoulder slowly slumps, and the convulsions steadily subside. His lucidity does not last long. The amalgam's eyes soon go blank, and his mouth stretches into a blissful smile. Rocking peacefully and drooling, he murmurs broken snippets from his former life and prayers to the Emperor. Absurd! Unacceptable! He again scans the Triazomata furiously, pounding the keys of the microcogitator mounted upon his torso. You succeed in pacifying him, but Triazomata is rejecting the attempts of the implant's machine spirits to contain the cognitive entropy. Total personality degradation is inevitable. I must reassemble him. Alright, Eogan, do it again. Triazomata suddenly stops mumbling and begins spasming violently as blood foam spills from his mouth. He turns his face contorted with hatred towards the Manipulus. A strangled roar erupts from the unfortunate man's throat just before he lunges for Eogan. Better death than that! Begone! 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 Rogue Trader, I am experiencing a cognitive block. I have analyzed every possible failure hypothesis and double-checked every step I made. I have failed to identify a single mistake. Organic parts of the Ferrum Sanctum joined together perfectly. The brain was perfectly preserved. These complications should never have occurred. Yet the outcome cannot be denied. My calculations are perfectly correct. That is an incontrovertible fact. So was the flaw in the conditions or in the subject themselves? People are not machines. You tried to break people down into mechanical components. Your original hypothesis was flawed. Work of the Enforcer and the Priest have their own purpose. It is impossible to assemble from them a unified whole for all three roles and duties at the same time. Logan's fingers, which were nervously fiddling with a bolt in his beard, stop abruptly and slowly says, "Whatever tool shall be rewarded according to its function. Have I scorned the doctrines of operation? It is inconceivable. This calls for a thorough analysis and reinterpretation of the sacred text. I was seeking a righteous man. I should have calculated the righteousness in myself. Rogue Trader, I thank you for your contribution to our research. Nunsis and I now call you colleague in all earnest. I need to rethink, and discuss their new data with Nunsis. Please, find me on the bridge later. We want to discuss the results of the experiment." Can we kill something soon?
Curiosity sings in my veins.
Mangled Aquila from the entrance gleams from a puddle of oil and blood, the only remainder of the tragedy. Inside this box, strings of scatulars runs along the edge. Different first names and same surname. Oh, this one's steaming. It appears to be steaming twice as much now. Nope, we got steam coming out of this one now. Hey, look at that. We did it! Yeah! Alright, my roommate sent me an audio message. What did she say? Minutes? The hell does she think I'm doing? I really hate that she starts sending voice messages all the time. Like, I can't just casually read those. I have to stop everything I'm doing and pay attention to them. Chart new routes. And then we're going to build a highway from our factory world. Ooh, unknown ships, stuff to kill. Rogue Trader's Void ship is facing several legendary scout ships. The Xenos are in no hurry to attack. Time seems to have slowed down. One wrong move and carnage will ensue. Ask Earlet to help with the negotiations. Earlet's speech is met with a torrent of Eldari abuse. It is too much for even the Rogue Trader's Elikador. He has accused her of betraying her kind and conspiring with the monkey. Unceremoniously cut the connection. The ships are no longer blocking the way. I mean, I could have just killed you guys. Sounds like I probably should have. Is that Euphrates? That's steel. It is Euphrates. Euphrates the second. Oh yeah, Euphrates is a river. That's right. That's why I recognize the name. Yeah, isn't the Euphrates very important for, God, what was that civilization called? Basically the birthplace of civilization. It's the Forge World Euphrates II. It belonged to the explorators of the Cognizance Fleet. Colonized it centuries ago. Unfortunately, we do not possess the privilege of landing here. Why can I not go to the surface of this planet? This world is declared off-limits to the laity due to the sacred rites of the Adeptus Mechanicus being performed on its surface. I'm afraid the restriction applies even to you, your lordship. What kind of secrets are they hiding? Rumors say the servants of the Omnissiah are calculating the formula of ultimate destruction in the secluded tech crypts of this world, seeking to confine it to a rigid system of previously unseen weapon parameters. Others whisper that the local denizens have dedicated their lives to the restoration of a rune divine weapon from the dark age of technology, whose power and technological perfection are so holy that a mere glance from a layman would be an affront to the Omnissiah. That's got to be related to a DLC at some point. Well, this was a bum journey. Oh, my soda went down my throat wrong a little bit. Make sure the contamination is not just a mere illusion. I do really want to deal with the stuff on Kiava Gamma, but I feel like I should start the DLC today. Ship's auger has registered an emission of unknown radiation in one of the chambers. As a result, some of the Voidsmen now have glowing irises, which has proven to be quite beneficial in the performance of their duties. The vessel's confessors are in doubt and suggest it may be an outward sign of corruption. I see nothing wrong with the glowing eyes of our subjects. I really want to get this kicked off, though. I'm sorry, chat. There's a non-zero chance that, I'll have to start it next stream. Lord Captain, according to the telemetry, we are in the system of Kialva Gamma, the main industrial world of Von Valencia's dynasty. However, our astropaths report that the attempts to contact Governor Gaprek have been unsuccessful. But wait! Lord Captain, a new report! Kialva Gamma is sending a request to exchange data. Should we accept it? Accept the transmission. As you command, Lord Captain. Suddenly a deafening screech erupts from the bridge's Vox system. You hear violent tirades of garbled by-hair code, and the low chuckle of machinery. Lord Captain! Interference! Detected in the compartments of Vox system. Looks like the bridge is cut off from the rest of the void ship. Ah. Cert of picked recording. The void ship's bridge, sound of working cogitators and officers' footsteps, the everyday scene is interrupted by an ear-splitting beeping sound, followed by the lumens going out, and the dim glow of candles and emergency lights. One of the officers in frame cries out. Another falls to her knees, clutching her head. Over the beeping of voxes, shouts can only just be heard. What's going on? Doors are locked. We've lost all contact with all compartments. Cipher the incoming Vox transmission at all costs. Proceed. A team of decryption experts gets to work. Data tethers are inserted into sockets as they connect to the cogitators. One of the Vox clerics leans over the console. Another is writing something on a piece of parchment. But then she bursts into maniacal laughter and stabs herself in the eye with a steel quill. Another scream. A tech priest, who is mid-prayer, tears himself to pieces with his own mechandroids. More and more lunatics are mutilating themselves and lunging at others. A portion of picked recording damaged after contact with an unknown object. An enforcer shoves a rabid servitor away from the Lord Captain as she executes one of the lunatics and roars a series of orders to the rest. The madman's body falls to the rogue trader's feet as her commanding voice, magnified by a Vox amplifier, carries over all the noise. She orders the crew to master themselves immediately, promise to personally execute anyone who fails to do so. Some of the lunatics quiet down. Others try to snap out of it. One pins her hand to a panel with a dagger to stop herself from moving. Another fervently whispers prayers. Some return to the cogitators. Others lean over the wounded. Shots ring out. Those still on a rampage are executed by the rogue trader herself, as promised. I don't use a gun like some sort of loser. I use two swords. Scrap code. The voice begins to the on-deck engine seer who has turned to Lord Captain from his station. We've been attacked with scrap code, tech heresy designed to corrupt machines. Transmission received from the planet was infected with this taint, and that is now overrunning the ship's veins. Omnissiah preserve us. Voidborn officer appears before the Lord Captain once more. Whatever it is that's attacking us, we have a backup procedure that can circumvent the Vox barrier. In the atrium leading to the bridge, there is a terminal in an isolated system that might still be unaffected. A loud pop. The pipes over the officers' heads burst. A blast of hot air flings the Voidborn away from the Lord Captain, his body slamming straight against the cogitator panel. Picked frame spins uncontrollably. The servo skull was jolted by the gust. The picked recorder fogs over. The Vox picking up the crackling of electricity in a death cry. Gas on the bridge! A junior attendant shouts and instantly doubles over, inhaling the poisoned air. The rogue trader gives the order to evacuate immediately. Rogue trader personally oversees the evacuation. Bring the plasma cutters. Get the wounded to the exit. The officers repeat her orders. While Silver Skull following the rogue trader reaches the doors, they fall to the plasma cutters and crumble outward. The rogue trader is the last to leave the bridge. Leaning on a support beam, the rogue trader takes several deep breaths, trying to flush her lungs with air. Then she straightens, smooths her uniform, and heads towards a goal known only to her. The servo skull follows. The atrium is in a state of panic. Silhouettes skitter around in the dark hall, illuminated only by the flickering of emergency lumens. Curt orders and someone's fervish words of prayer can be heard. Having lost all communication, the beheaded ship is writhing in agony. It takes a while for the Lord Captain to find the cogitator mentioned by the fallen officer. The panel of the isolated terminal is riddled with cracks and bloodstains. On the floor by the terminal, a tech priest lying in a heap with his head smashed in technical liquids mixed with blood oozing out of his pores. Lord Captain decides to take her chances restoring the terminal. Whoa, that looks awesome! What? Oh, I've been so focused on reading I haven't noticed the illustrations. Tech, you succeeded. Rogue Trader rips the power key off the Tech Priest Mechandroid and opens the cover on the terminal. Sparks fly into her face. She's confident in her manipulation of the tangled wires and clanging levers. After replacing the cover and ensuring that the system is restored, Lord Captain brings up the required data on the screens. The maintenance bay is sending out hundreds of desperate distress calls that have gone unanswered up to now. The machines went out of control and started turning people insane. Others, driven by some hateful and paranoid logic, started butchering the servants of the Adeptus Mechanicus. Tech priests have sustained heavy losses. The remains of the cult are still holding the line. Out of everything that's happened on the ship, the situation in the maintenance bay is the direst. Lord Captain knows where help is needed most. She decides to head to the maintenance bay herself. Oak Trader arrives not a moment too soon. The crew, frightened out of their wits, have already cornered the priests of the Omnissiah and are about to execute them. Lord Captain stands between the angry mob and the tech priest, her sheer presence already giving the crowd pause, harshly cutting off any objections from the crew. The Rogue Trader orders the officers she gathered on the way here to escort the mutineers and set up a guard post outside the bay, where the tech priests begin to offer desperate prayers to the crippled machine spirits. Yeah, these look amazing. Turn to the bridge. The walk to the bridge is uneventful. The crisis has passed. Although wounded and crippled, the ship nevertheless is returning to its normal operation. Life on the bridge is as bustling as ever. Even though the people are surrounded by destruction, the senior officers have the situation under control. The people have been organized. The emergency crews have already finished repairing the pipes. Technomats are setting up the cogitators and console, and the healers are bagging up what few corpses there are and examining the wounded. By the comm station, the Rogue Trader runs into the Voxmaster. You good? She can't hear me, she has headphones on. I just heard something fall in the kitchen while she's doing dishes. By the comm station, the Rogue Trader runs into the Voxmaster. Praise the Emperor, you're in one piece, Lord Captain. Situation on board is satisfactory. I was just in the middle of setting up comm channels. Soon all the Voxcasters will be fully operational. Another man enters in the picked frame. A junior officer, completely out of breath, carrying a heap of scrolls. Voxmaster nods at him. Ah, here are the reports, Lord Captain. You find yourself able to return to your station. I can immediately give you a rundown of the state of affairs on the ship. End of picked recording. Lord Captain, the situation has been brought under control, more or less. It'll take some time to eliminate the consequences of the attack completely, but the vessel is capable of motion. May even be able to conduct a warp jump if you feel we should leave the system. Allow me to bring you up to date. Fortunately, the bridge suffered only minor losses. Reports mention only a few casualties that have already been replaced. Galva Gamma went silent after transmitting the harmful signal. I will refrain from sending inquiries to the industrial world to avoid a second attack. I'm afraid we have exhausted our options for remote analysis. More information can only be obtained by closing the distance, or even sending an away party to the planet's surface. Vox clicks in as Hendrik joins the channel. Lucindia, we haven't managed to discuss the nature of my mission. I was assigned to your entourage for a reason. Time is running out, so I'll be brief. Must be present during your expedition to the planet. I trust the greeting we received on Kiava Gamma has dispelled your doubts about whether the events on the planet require my scrutiny. Nope. Crew is awaiting further instructions, Lord Captain. Yeah, we'll do stuff with Hendrix. Ow, nothing. I hope we level up. Ooh. Your planet is marked on the Von Valencia's Protectorate charts as Atle, and serves as a backup source of water for the habitable worlds of neighboring systems. Due to the abundance of bacteria proliferating the Atle hydrosphere, the extraction of ice was stopped half a century ago. Much to your officer's surprise, the Augurs detected an unidentified mining rig deep underground. Presumably, the excavation is aimed at extracting clay minerals near the planet's core, enriched with iron and other metals. Contact the Extratem's Vox station. Send a scouting party. Extractum turns out to be Incendia Chorda's latest investment, whose demesne is located just within a few jumps from the Kranark system. Oh, thank you very much for the follow photo, Stable. Yay, Golmet! Hooray! Chorda's latest investment, whose demesne is located within just a few jumps from the Kranark system. While this world is of little value to the Von Valencius dynasty, your officers see this gesture as an attempt to test the boundaries of the newly minted Rogue Trader's leniency. Council considers this an act unacceptable and insists on confiscating or rebasing the extractum that was illegally set up in Von Valencia's territory. Frightened workers and the token security crew do not even attempt to resist this superior force. Machines are delivered to the flagship's cargo hold. Shortly after, the officers plant the Von Valencia's banner on the spot where the extractum used to be. Is that so, Olympia? Yes. She's so funny. She loves you so much. It's funny, I had the ship combat difficulty really low at the start of this because the ship combat, in my opinion, isn't that great. But I think I played it at 1.2. I think they've made it a bit better with 1.5. I don't know if they... I don't think there was any major changes with 1... Hey, we leveled up! Any major changes with 1.6? Okay, we're level 29 now, I think? Let's see, what do we get last? Perfect anatomy? Yep, willpower demo. Willpower. Demolition. Like I said, I am using a build guide because it makes it go faster. And I beat this on my own without a build guide, so I feel no guilt. Perception, senatorial voice. Senatorial voice. Oh, here it is. Or Stentorian voice. Another thing the officer uses brace for impactability. All enemies in a 5-cell radius are around them. Damn. I love Idra. Idra's so good. Or Adira. Oops. Or Xenos. And Argenta. Yeah, it's such a shame that Argenta's dogmatic for this playthrough because she's so good. Perception strung together. All hell is excluding Xenos. Of course. Her persuasion is so high. Alright, and we actually are going to have to use Heinrich, so... But not for long. Heinrichs, being a goody two-shoes, is one of the people we can kill. At least I assume you kill him. I know that you can get rid of him. Lord Captain, the machine spirit of the mechanism slumbers. Should you wish to awaken, use the key of your blood. Yep, it chomps me. Yep. Pascal's informed me that the system has encrypted data stored inside. I wish to know its contents. Without another word, the tech priest turns to the cogitator. He raises his hands, and a prayer by hair code pours out of his Vox device. The servo motors and the bowels of the machine grow louder. Its undulating hum responding to his chant. Numerical combinations run down the screens. Scanning, scanning, scanning. Machine Spirit has discovered numerous critical errors. The data is damaged. Secretary stops abruptly and the green glow of his visor narrows, registering an intact segment. Machine Spirit has spoken. The worlds of Kiava Gamma and Darganas hold certain data repositories. The mechanism is ready to provide the rogue trader with data keys that can unlock said repositories. Ooh! What data repositories? That remains hidden. The encrypted data bank belonged to the esteemed Theodora von Valencius. Oh, I bet that's in this hidden room. hidden, quote unquote, because you can see it on the map. Like, when you're in the area, you can see into the hidden room. She's the only one who could have known about these repositories. Perhaps the former Engineer Prime could also have known. Does I accept his code? If I were to propose a hypothesis, it would be most prudent of a figure as eminent as a rogue trader to store her classified data in a receptacle most secure. And how do I accept the keys? The gracious machine spirit is willing to transfer the data keys to the head of House Von Valencius by means of an a hypodermic tattoo augment. You're ready to accept the keys, place your hand inside the servitor's mouth. Deep within the servitor's dark gullet, unseen, burning hot needles pierce your wrist. Sharp pain only lasts a moment. The Elect 2 that has been planted inside the wrist should be enough to open the repository doors. Need to know more about the caches. The Omnissiah favors you. The Machine Spirit is willing to commence the calculation procedure that could restore the lost data. I'm interested in the cache on Kiava Gamma. Blessed are the Omnissiah's deeds. The repository in Kiava Gamma has a security system guarding it. Machine Spirit has recovered a code that will allow you to disable the defenses. Fuck yeah. Store the data on the cache located on Dargonis. It has been restored, but it is only a single phrase. Litanies of the motive force is all the sacred mechanism was able to salvage. The priest of the adaptive mechanic has been able to discern how the ship was able to start her warp engine. There is no doubt that it was a miracle sent by the Omnissiah as a manifestation of his will. The Engineer Prime managed to perceive some logical connection within the streams of data. I'm not privy to this connection, but the Engineer Prime will surely share this newly discovered logic with you in a detailed report. Okay, cool. That's gonna make doing this place even easier. I don't imagine it's gonna be super hard because we are very, very strong. Like, it's hard to understate how powerful we are from what I last remember, and I don't think anything we use got hit with a nerf. I'm not sure if anything really got nerfed in 1.6. I didn't look super hard at the notes, but I think it was mostly just like bug fixes, and I think Pascal got a little bit of a buff. Pascal and Yugun, because they share an ability. Oh, that is a lot of ships. How annoying. Which one gives us more movement? Can I reach you? No. Oh, hey, we can reach someone. Regrettably, if no ships are burning, we start burning. Okay, are they all pretty small, harmless ships? Yeah. Alright, we set it on fire. We're no longer on fire. Shimmer Torpedo is not until next turn. Especially shame that I can't just, like, immediately hit these with it. Come on! Rotated, idiot. That's not a surprise. Rude. Yeah, that makes sense. You made effective use of every special zone in void battles at least once. Huh. Neat. Aw, because it wasn't a direct hit, it didn't insta-kill it. Boo! So might kill this one. No, damn. Oh, that's this ship dead. Yep, we shielded the correct side. I knew that they weren't. Whoa, that hurt real bad. We don't actually have to worry about that ship dying. It comes back right afterwards. Set on fire, jackass. Those torpedoes won't be able to reach us by the time we kill it. No, our ship! Bye-bye! All that's left now is those torpedoes. There we go. Just waiting for him to explode. Ooh, slightly less hit chance, but 10% more crit. I'll take it. Okay. Annoyingly, I don't think that ours... Oh, no, she does have it. Cool. I think that might have just straight up improved how ship combat works. 105 gross. I don't want to be that warm. Yeah, that's why I said if you want to just sit in a fan on your birthday, it's totally fine. I 100% would not blame you for wanting to just cool it in front of a fan. I feel like we're too melee heavy with this setup. But we go nowhere without Cassio or Adira or Adelbard. Whatever. Yeah, I'm pretty sure this is the mission you get a choice for what to do with Heinrichs. Dogmatic sounds messed up because I'm pretty sure you can just execute Earlit on the spot, as well as Adira pretty much immediately as soon as you gain chip of the control of the ship. Alright, we're finally at a less talky, more stabby position. Next frowns as his eyes sweep over the manufactorium's dark halls. No solemn ceremony, no personal meeting with the Magi. Magi? I fear we are too late and we won't be dealing with clandestine heretics after all. Areas of alarm raise out of Pascal's Voss synthesizer. In their neurotic, broken rhythm, you sense a call to arms and a warning of danger. What is your mission on Kiava Gamma? Excuse me, I clicked that. I assumed I would conduct an investigation to track down traces of the cult of the Final Dawn. But if I can discard that plan now, both the incident with the scrap code and the manner in which we were forced to land on Kiava Gamma indicate the situation has taken a turn for the worse. Nevertheless, I must use this opportunity to try and determine what the cult was doing on an industrial world and what specifically interested them on a planet full of sacred machines and servants of the Omnissiah. First, we must find someone who can tell us what's been going on. If, that is, there is still anyone left to speak to here. Any suggestions? To start, let's look for and find out why the arrival of the Rogue Trader did not elicit the usual fuss. Big plainly, I wouldn't count on warm welcome at this rate. Better keep your weapon at the ready. Let's go! Stuff. Only 92. It's crazy. Well, the corrupted servers aren't trying to fight us. We use an ancient but wholly typical console intended for use by people not trained in the mysterious of ministering to the machine spirits. Cogitator is completely silent, but as you approach, you sense a warmth emanating from its metallic casing. Telltale sign that the machine is working. View the log. Discover the local data crypt with contents collected by either previous operators or the machine spirit itself. Using your access, you study the archives stored in the Cogitator. Vast data repositories contain millions of strings related to receiving raw materials for processing, shipping processed materials, and schedules for sacred rituals to perform over the machines coming off the procedure line. Manufactorium, once operated like one gargantuan well-oiled mechanism, the last record is from 2 months ago. View this log. Discover the local data cryptic contents. Either previous blah blah blah. The first log. Praise be to the Omnissiah, whose might and power transforms dead metal to make manifest the holy visions of the machine god. New protocols received at the Synod from the Great Fabricator Censor has been executed. Despite those who shudder at the thought of changing a standard procedure, embolden your hearts, those whose inner weakness breeds errors in personal calculations. The Fabricator Censor is the conductor of the higher will and the wisest among us. Today, at the Supreme Assembly, the Fabricator Censor unsealed the vaults of the sacred designs and committed those deemed redundant or heretical to purifying disposal. Today, dozens of standard procedures were lost. We replaced by new ones, which the Fabricator Censor will deliver to those who demonstrate the greatest devotion to serving the truth. But the databanks contain no notion of truth. Could there have been, may the all-knowing one, the gracious keeper, forgive me, an error in the Fabricator Censor's calculations, and he meant to say, serve the quest for knowledge? View the third hidden log. Knowledge of the machine spirits is sufficient to trick the system and subdue it to your will. Instrumental terminals have already been replaced. The material delivery systems are being prepared for divine transformation. The execution of the new procedure has been delayed. There are some in our ranks who doubt the words of the Fabricator Censor and his votaries. There are some who are not susceptible to the enhancement protocol that carries our tech comrades to enlightenment. May the deliverers of fate be merciful to them. Inaction is death, and I must return to our great work. Praise be to the truth that will reveal the path to the knowledge, shrouded in darkness. I assume if we fail that, we get attacked by the corrupted servitors.
Tapestry of a world, I am the rogue thread.
Before you appears as if they are performing some elaborate and confusing dance. Striking strange poses, they rock back and forth with their arms bent to peculiar angles. Upon your approach, one of the servitors jerks and tries to turn in your direction. The rest immediately repeat the motion. Strange scene is complemented by a grating sound. Dull clicks just at the edge of your hearing, coming from an unknown source. Observe the servitor closest to you. Based on cursory inspection, you conclude that the servitors were designed for precision work on an assembly line, possibly circuit procedures. The number of high-quality, expensive augments in their bodies greatly exceeds basic standards. The servitor's hand moves. It is slowly reaching towards you. Avoid its touch. Gently and swiftly, you step away from the servitor. It stretches out its hands, as if trying to blindly touch you in the space that you've already left. It stills once more. It seems its brain is incapable of quickly processing changes in its surrounding. Find the source of the repeating clicks. Soon enough, you locate the source of the clicking. On the back of one of the servitors, a tumor oozing with murky ichor is growing straight through the augments. The relays coated in inflamed tissue are blocked. It's the reason for the persistent clicking. Mutation in the servitor. Tech priests typically reject the use of flawed soft tissue for their constructs. Perhaps something has caused this aggressive growth, and quite recently. Cut away the tumor forming on the spinal cogitator. Without much difficulty, you cut the excess flesh in the mechanisms. The liberated relay lets out a rapid burst of clicks, and a spark flashes before your eyes. Something begins to hum deep inside the servitor's flesh. As if on cue, the servitors stop moving, lowering their arms and turn to you. Crew 24, second lane of the Manufactorium. Commencing work. State your request. Follow your default programming?
Thousands and thousands of voices crying out for salvation. In hope. With wild promises. Their pain is your reward, interrogator.
I will pretend I did not hear your last words, witch.
Adira's great. She's insane. Ooh. Ah, no, that's from up there. Wait, is it?
What
How do we get up there?
lies beyond?
Wait, are the servitors following us? I don't know, as we gained a small army. What? The lumps protruding under the tech priest's bedraggled red robe hint at mechanisms implanted in his body. You see his haggard and sickly face under the archaic respirator augment. I. A click, a clank, a barely audible hiss. And only then the tech priest's vox finishes the word. Identification. Request denied. Pascal turns to you, his visor gleaming crimson, registering anomalous behavior within the servant's organics as an invalid known sphere respawns. This unit is compromised. Examine the tech priest. Carefully study the robe-clad figure. A black border of necrosis spread out from around the tech priest's implants. For some reason, his body is rejecting the true flesh. A moment later, you recognize the dominant smell in the bouquet of scents permeating the air around the tech priest. The stench of rotten meat. Ew! This guy smells worse than Grox fermented in spent promethium. I bet he tastes even worse. Pascal's vox hisses with a hint of surprise. Consumption of the flesh of members of the Adeptus Mechanicus is not recommended, irrespective of their smell or compromised state. Who are you? Magos Custos of the Machine Sanctum, Tier 2-0, Identification. What's happening on this planet? Why is the governor not responding to the ship's hails? What are heretic ships doing in this system? Denied. The irrigatory demand execution of Protocol 3942 in accordance to the Fabricator Censor's decree. Fine, let's stick to your protocols. Tech Priest nods and gestures for you to come closer. Oh god, are we gonna have to wait for these to slowly lumber to it? Are you fucking kidding me? They dumped lava on our head.
Is that?
Why can't I attack? I messed up.
Emperor, deliver us! I'm not accustomed to being ordered around.
Place our lines. I don't care much for those. Oop, nope.
Whispers call to me.
Seriously, a deer is already almost dead. Damn, Pascal got moves. Right, I forgot that we want to be marking things.
The Omnissiah knows all, comprehends all.
Damn, that was a lot of damage. How long until frickin' Lucindia's turn? Oop, nope.
Focus, Van Kellogg's.
Oh, we can't go back
More
through it
trouble
again?
than it's
Damn.
worth.
Please don't die.
But of course,
How does my bird take damage from that?
anything is.
I forgot that we're supposed to use our bird. Alright, it's fun time now. Hey, buddy. I don't think I have a safe place to actually tear into you, sadly.
Oh, a genius at work.
Let's see.
Tear down calling to me.
I exploded them a little bit.
Well, to the ordinary, I am an enigma.
One of those servers just walks right into the frickin' lava. Bird, please. Why do you take damage from that? Well, it does not react to your touch. The system is locked. Oh. Guess we should have just killed that guy. Wait. Oh, the thing it's tell me a gun is way down there. I see. Only 74% chance to succeed that one. Eesh. Someone here. It's a good place to hide. Set up another ambush. And now. Ah, damn it.
Genius triumphs.
What ails you?
Right, take some basic medkits, dog.
Your assistance is much appreciated.
Sometimes you consult the appropriate treatise on Tactica Imperialis and weigh every step. Sometimes, though, you just fire your biggest cannon and save the day.
If possible, I'd prefer these not turning into old injuries. You dig? A shit start to an area. I didn't think he was going to take us up here and ambush us. That was my bad. Nope. Ah, yep. Here's where our athletics test is. Thinking I wasn't going to come back down here for this loot. Oh, you know, actually, it looks like... Okay, this area is self-contained. Guess we should go back up. Screen country here shows a scrolling line of repeating technolingua. Staring at the obscure symbols gives you a headache. And back up we go. So glad we didn't fail that. It's so annoying failing those. You just take some damage that's like immediately healed. Oh wow, there's nothing up here, huh? Oh wait, right here. I saw one of you run towards the steam. Yep, it's just one of the servitors.
They'll see. Oh, yes, they all will see.
Ooh, Procyon B plasma pistol. That seems very good, actually. Okay, they didn't fully fix it, but it looks like they partially fixed it. Heavy plasma gun, 20 to 25. 14 to 20. Eh. Okay, so that's all that was over here? Yeah. Just an ambush. Dicks. Back down we go.
Compared to naval service, that was barely a challenge.
Why is my bird struggling to follow? Ugh. Servers are causing problems. Adira's bird is kind of an important part of the thing. Some contain warnings of the Omnissiah. Alright. I was about to say left or right, but it looks like we don't have a choice. Massive Magos clad in ritual garb lets out a biheric trill and turns to you. From beneath the deep hood of its mantle, two dimly lit eye implants gaze out at you. You hear another biheric tirade, this time clearly addressed at you. What's the matter, little tin comrade? Implants on the blink. Forgotten how to speak properly? Dare address me in the vile tongue of savages? Me, the steward of Kiava Gamma, lord of the machine world? Kneel, pathetic spawn, if you seek swift disposal. You propose that I, the rogue trader of the Von Valencius line, kneel before you. I'm giving you 5 minutes. No, not to beg forgiveness. Speak your last words and to offer your final confession. You are one of the troglodytes who once had the gall to oppress my comrades and resist my will. Messenger from the barbarian who drank the sacred unguents bestowed upon her through others' toil. Very well then, your appearance is the perfect opportunity to teach your ilk a lesson. My name is Cubus Delphim. I once held the title of Fabricator Censor of the Kiava Gamma Manufactorium, but I rejected it, along with the other fetters that hindered progress. Once my faith was flawed, and led naive fools from the cult mechanicus into the darkness of ignorance. Now, I am this world's master, and serve the true gods. You tread upon their territory. You do not number among the Legion's servants. Therefore, you must be subject to immediate disposal. Look, Brand Ramen. As a senior functioning member of the priesthood of Mars, I, Magos Explorator Pascal Hanumeon, declare that this temple of the machine god compromised and forthwith forbid all services within it. I dethrone the fabricator censor, the ignorant heretic who has betrayed the Omnissiah, and condemn the anathema Eniut, and all standard procedures implemented by him. Let the cycle of the blasphemous operations he has put into motions be discontinued. Pascal switches to Biharic. You hear a dissonance burgeoning in the depths of the forged cathedral. Some of the giant mechanisms heed his order and go still, while others, obeying the fabricator sensor's will, continue their work. Crashes, explosions, and the clanging of crumpling metal signify that some dissent among the machines had interrupted the manufactorium's production cycle. Hanuman! Liar, you are not him. Demence Hanuman obeys me. His mind is open to the voices of the void. The scrap code he created protects my world, and I'll not have you, rusted refuse from the misfit cast of explorators, call me ignorant. This statement is false. Your regalia has been revoked. You have been deemed defective and will be eliminated. Pascal turns to you and says dryly, initiate heretic search. Designation, Demence Hanuman. I wish to execute the retribution procedure. So you've traded one master for another. I would have expected a fabricator sensor to be smarter than that. Fabricator sensor's vox lets out a piercing, barely audible sound that makes your insides shudder. I will rip out your spinal column and braid it around my shaft, you ignorant creature. Whoa! This is my world and it will serve only me. Even a cursory analysis of the data shows that the probability of this outcome is negligible. You, like your predecessor, are but an artifact of certain calculations, one that requires minimal resources to revise. You may be driven by your will to fight. Know this, Kiava Gamma has already been converted. Its lines have been restructured. Its servants have already tasted the fruits of progress. The crucible of this manufactorium, torrid liquid metals will be used to forge vessels for sacred spirits. The adepts are already tirelessly delving deeper into the new mysteries that were once barred by flesh tenets. You, servants of the fake gods, are too late. The entire might of this world will soon rise up against the Anthemia and his slaves. Check the chronometer. Your 5 minutes have passed. I hereby sentence you to death, and I will be the one to carry it out. Comrades, purge the manufactorium of any random burials. I must prepare for the culmination of our great work. Gut the outsiders. Let their blood mix with oil. It's cool. I'm gonna just dance around the battlefield and they're all gonna explode into blood. I should put on some hot water for tea.
One step at a time, amidst the madness. Oh, glorious spectacle of your demise.
Ramen isn't spicy, it's not ramen. I do like spicy ramen. Aw, Manadira's turn is after ours. Start the battle. Go ahead and quick set ourselves on fire.
fine name.
Use super spicy ramen at a hot pot place to keep my sister from trying mine. Yeah, I like spicy food, but there is definitely a limit to what I want. After the one chip challenge, I have a limit. That chip was hellfire. I didn't even realize there was all these dudes up here. Ah, I did it in the wrong order.
Natural.
Let's see.
Wait, why do we have no charges of death from above?
Ski.
There we go. Already marked you.
Another one is shattered.
Yeah, isn't 100,000 habanero specifically? I like ghost pepper things. There, like I said, there is a limit to how much spice I want.
Oh, let's see. What if?
God, we're just such a monster. Yep, this is how fight. Wait, there's something left alive still? Where? Oh, my bad, dude. I didn't see you way back there. I'm sorry. Oh, there's a dude up here too. I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to ignore you. I'm not in line of sight to blood oath him.
Let's see.
Oh god, this build is so stupid. I don't know that I'll be able to make it all the way to that one. You have like 1 HP left. How dare you? Blood oath you. Ah. I don't know how many charges of Blade Dance I have left. Hopefully enough to get up to this guy. Hey, buddy!
Marked for demise.
This build's so dumb. Explode that guy, heal a bunch. The downside is that I have to sit through all this. Yeah, that sounds unpleasant to eat. Hey, Edelbart, can you even
Tried
get to
and
this
tested
guy?
Tactics are the best ones. Victory is imminent. Indeed.
Did he just counter me? And your guys' turns can just end. Wow, he's prone and has 1 HP left. He must have tried running by us. Unpleasant for your sister. Oh, why is there a cough? I'm recovered from choking just a little bit.
My appreciation.
All of those wounds were self-inflicted. I think I can actually stop taking those arc rifles.
This Explorator is blessed with multifunctionality.
I said to click on that. Why did no one click on it? One bite said, "What the fuck? It's so hot." You know, fair. I don't know if I even have anyone that uses Meltas. Something is howling within the machine metal housing, as if the machine spirits of this cottage are lamenting some irreparable loss. Force access. In access to the Cottagear system, the device machine spirits can do nothing to thwart you. Subdued by its defeat, it hides in the depths of its lair. Awaken it. There's levers and reels in Cottagear and disturb the slumber of the spirits that reside within this Cottagear. The machine dawdles as if still drowsy, but nevertheless performs its assigned function. That would have killed them! Cottagear is silent, awaiting new commands. This was a problem trying your food, since you usually order the best food. Oh, no, we gotta loop around the long way for that one. What's at this door? What's behind door number 2? Seriously, I barely choked on a little bit of soda, and it just has not recovered. Big mac and cheese. Ooh, that sounds so good right now. You approach the cafeteria, you notice a number of deep scratches left by huge claws on its metal surfaces. Despite the apparent damage, the machines seem to be in working condition. View the log. Contains nothing of interest, maintenance ritual, blah blah blah. Activate the emergency bridge lowering. Lower the bridge. God, I haven't had steak in a while. My roommate found a hibachi place by us that's fairly affordable. This cottage here shows a scrolling line of repeating technolingua. Starting with the obscure symbols gives you a headache. Oh, I see the path to that. I wonder if blowing this up, gives us any XP, and I don't think it did. Oh, it did. Cool. Yeah, so we could have avoided a little bit of that fight had we done that in the right order. Marks of chaos and dry your eye and strike terror in you at the same time. Chaos shouldn't scare me. I am the chaos. Bitch. I do like that it seems like people we cut up explode. Broken panel of the cottage is sparking its blind, dark screen showing nothing. Dying tech priest. 12 human remains carelessly tossed together amidst a suffocating stench. The torn, gutted bodies once belonged to tech priest. You cannot spot even a glint of metal anywhere. All their implants are gone. Suddenly, one of the ravaged bodies makes the tiniest movement. Rich man's lips move ever so slightly. His half-closed eyelids twitching. Corpse is still breathing man. Man can barely breathe without his respirator implant. It is a miracle he survived the horrific vivisection. It takes you a single look at the gaping wounds where the augment was ripped out to realize death is only a matter of time. As if having sensed your presence, the half-dead man looks at you and sharply inhales the hot air. Machine spirit, deliver me. A heroic requiem coming from Pascal's Vox system solemn and grim. Upon hearing it, the man's mutilated face twists into a weak semblance of a smile. Go to the Omnissiah. Little excessive with the backflip. A single motion, you bring an end to his long torment. Checking that there are no more survivors. In this pile of human remains, you step away from the nightmare's sight.
Operation
Device now evidently used to chop bodies into pieces was once an ordinary cooling fan. Oop, nope, 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 nope. I was kind of expecting one of those servers to just run right onto that. I need to grab a snack, actually. Like an hour and a half till I gotta hop off, and I need something to hold me over. I don't like cooking when I'm starving. It makes me very, very irritable. Nah. Gotta protect your plate. Oh my god. Imagine not having high perception. Dozens of breakers, buttons, handle switches, and other control mechanisms. View the log. Discover the local data crypt with contents collected by either previous operators or the machine spirit itself. First glance, records look like a typical shipping report, but after further reading, it becomes apparent that the focus here is not ore or assembly parts, but augments extracted from living tech waste and spent mass, flesh of the victims killed either during or for the sake of machine rituals. The log looks damaged. The lines are uneven. Some of the values seem impossible. After a few minutes of studying the records, you feel your head begin to swim. Stored data can only be comprehended by a twisted mind touched by chaos corruption. It looks like a sermon of some mad chaos worshipper. Log, clearly written from someone else's words, mentions the heart that exudes virtue and the cradle that rocks the child of truth. Yeah, I like spicy, but reasonably spicy. They're good. But I don't want to hurt. I'm worried I'm going to fail one of these 95 rolls. 65 on this one? Shit. I don't. My only sibling's older than me.
Ha! There will be no peace in my wake.
This one's going to blow. Didn't hurt us, but... Trap uses ability, Frag Grenade. Uh-oh. I don't know what's the right way and what's the wrong way. Oh, you know, probably that. Because I imagine I can't get through the story yet. My brother's 8 years older than me. You don't have access codes to this roof. Okay. These servitors are annoying. So I have to wait for them to also get in position. There's blue glow on the ground over here, so I don't want to go this way. Oh, I'm sure.
Curiosity sings in my veins.
Oh. Wait, how are we supposed to get down to this one then? Oh. I wonder if we...
Listen to me, Rust Bucket.
Why'd my bird go over to it? Cyberguard accepts the access codes and sets mysterious mechanisms in motion. Oh yeah, the cache.
What lies beyond?
Oh shit. Wait, is this 30? Yeah, baby. $30. Wait, really? Where is it? Oh, here we go. This makes it so when we set ourselves on fire, we don't take as much damage. I can kick people over. Or I can at least shove them. That's hilarious. Ooh. Works like a Cassia's cone. There we go. Snack consumed. Decreases veil degradation. Not bad. Allies gain 8 deflection against all warp damage and damage from psychic powers. Damn, so hitting that and then having our MC set themselves on fire is even better. Yep, I accidentally closed that. That's why I couldn't find it. Pascal uses a plasma or a melt weapon. First time around, he gains 1 AP. Hell yeah. Designated enemy utensil radius is trailed and finishes its turn. If an ally kills the trailed enemy, gains an extra turn with all AP and MP. It's an additional +2 MP. Zone of Hot on the Trail is reset. Damn. That's very strong. Alright, Heinrichs, hopefully your last level. Burn forever, and I already forgot. Perception. Is perception why is perception though? Like 40 pounds at 10. That's itty bitty. Itty bitty. Picked up anything interesting into the cache. Alright, we know how to turn off the defenses.
In this tapestry of a world,
Okay, it's auto turned off.
And the rogue thread.
Ooh. Flamer shot stream once per turn. Stuff. that I wanted to talk. I don't think I broke 100 pounds until after I hit puberty. I'm glad that these servitors don't set off traps. I would hate them considerably more if they did.
I still can't believe that you let me stay, Lord Captain. You didn't get rid of me. I'll prove. I'll live up to the trust you've placed in me.
I would never get rid of you,
You've put too much
Adira.
faith in the power of your promise. I will find some time to teach you a few side techniques that will help you steel your will against the archenemy's influence.
Whoa! I don't think I noticed him say that last time I played this, because that's actually, like, nice? What do you mean I missed loot? That was a body. Bodies are auto-looted when we leave an area, so I don't need to loot them, I just like to. Discarded altar of the Omnissiah. Purity seals have been torn off, the data slaves with sacred code shattered, and some of the teeth on the gear adornments broken off. There's an explosive barrel here. Wonder if it's a fight room. Damn, 75% on this one, huh? This eerie-looking makeshift structure is amid an altar to Tzeentch. Amidst the revolting totems and twisted symbols dedicated to the Chaos God, you notice a string of 9s burned into the metal surface. You guys can't see it, but right behind me there's a text box. That's what I'm reading it from when it pops up and pops away. Because it disappears too fast otherwise. What do we have down here? Some dead people? Some more warp lore? What sucks is that dots are awesome and I love them. However, the end of the game, I think burning is the only one that still works. Oh, hey, it's Dements. Crucified body had all of its augmentics removed. Judging by the abundance of blood, they were ripped out when the tech priest was still alive. That sounds horrible. Like, if you... One, I would probably die from shock, but if you ripped out the rods in my spine while I was still alive, I would die. I would be bleeding everywhere. I wouldn't be able to move. Like, literally. Redemption will be washed with the blood of heathens, and thus will you sate the true God's eternal thirst. Yes, the Chaos Marine is for corn. Chaos Space Marine towers over the tech priest. Grammar makes pain seem like an everyday thing. Yeah, apparently if you're a normal everyday citizen, it's not, in the Imperium, it's not too bad. Like, most of them don't know about all this shit going on. Slowly, almost chanting from the... Oh, wait. Tech priest bowed heads like a dark cliff. He is reciting a sermon. Slowly, almost chanting from the mere sound of his voice. Of his deep, low voice, you break into a cold sweat. Your gorge rises. Our gorge. What body part's a gorge? Listen, for my words reveal to you a path from the darkness unto the primordial truth, which has thrown open its gates for wayward souls, seeking deliverance from the shrouds of lies and torments of enslavement. Your minds have shed the bonds of the dogma that has guided you into the abyss. Accept now the hope granted to you by the greatest of the world-bearers. Hendrik hisses through gritted teeth. I knew our meeting on Reichard Minoris wouldn't be the last. To run into this anathema here. Yava Gamma did not merely succumb to heresy, Lucindia, nor world is in the clutches of the greatest evil known to the Imperium. Pascal gazes at his former brethren and whispers dryly. The new sphere signature of the defective units has been archived. In accordance with the sacred commandments, will tolerate no heresy and hereby sentence you to categorical disposal without redemption. Voice. That voice. Have I heard it before? Or no? It's like it drowns out all other voices. Let's leave. Quickly, please. Listen to the sermon. Chaos Space Marine does not seem to notice you. His gaze is focused on his flock. who are hanging on his every word. Those living a lie will not see the truth until they have renounced the false gods. Only through your faith does the reign of the corpse worm hold. Worms that devour your very body, raking weak souls, gnawing at your eyes and ears so that you do not turn them toward their true master. Speaking of eyes and ears, the Emperor moved. Your world, foundry in the realm of corpses, was given the honor of serving as the crucible of the oncoming victory, and we, the word bearers, shall be at the tip of it, as well as those of you who can overcome the slander of the false idols. The inciting fires of Kiava Gamma will birth weapons whose advance heralds the coming of a new age, an age wreathed by the glory and resplendence of chaos undivided. Feels as if, with each of the Chaos Space Marines' words, the light around you dims. Something tickles your face. A thin rivulet of blood is streaming down from your nose, dripping onto your lip and chin. Registering encroachment upon sacred furnaces through both thought and action. Initiating virtuous eradication procedure. Eskel's voice is a bloodthirsty growl. Sounds reminiscent of the whirring of a chain sword. One of his mechandroids snaps its pincers as he charges into the foray. Chaos Space Marine roars in fury as the tech priests turn and charge you as if on cue.
The whispers are getting louder.
Park you right here. Park you right here. And no one else matters. Yura and her bird. Heinrichs, you can move to, I don't know, here I guess. I really don't care about Heinrichs being in this fight. Like, if Heinrichs gets wounded or anything, oh no! Where is it?
Genius at work. Oh, a wicked thought. Strike me again. See what happens.
I like how she says that like she isn't the one stabbing herself. Why? There we go. I don't know why it was not letting me rotate elsewhere, but okay. Does Help My Gaze debuff at all? Resistance test or become immobilized? I don't... Oh shit, he might have actually failed to save. Remember... Yeah, I tried. In the Custodes? I'm fine with female Custodes, that has no effect on me. This freaking servitor's in the way. We're just gonna see if we can't hit you and charge you. Get into a wall? Nah. Oh yeah, we have a second weapon.
It will be done.
I mean... Pistos are meant to be like attractive paragons, so I don't see why they would be all male. Nope, we want to reload. Nope. Locate you to here. And then buff. And debuff. Ah, no, it doesn't spread ignite. No, that also hits our people. Do we have any... Oh, right, we have a gun. Do we have anything else to hit with? A fucking gun. Holy shit. Have I been underestimating these things? Holy shit! They're beasts! Well then. Buff all of our people. What's the skill do? Hot on the trail, that's what I meant to cast on the Space Marine. Wow, we are quickly running out of targets.
The Emperor is on our side.
Nope. Hey, big boy, you ready to fucking die? Wow, kind of expected him to need more than one hit from this. Anything cool? Eh. Our only person that currently can use bolters is not heretical. Like, her lack of heresy is a problem for us. Oh. I don't know which way we're actually supposed to be going. Disarm this. Oh yeah, the new... God, what's it called? What's it called? The Boomer Shooter. Warhammer Boomer Shooter.
Patience. Oh, my nerves are
Can't think of the name.
frayed.
That you play as a Space Marine and a battle Sister of Battle. Oh, the nice thing about these big segments is how much loot you get. The chair looks dead. Only a single lit lumen shows that there's life within the machine. Bring your Electu to the scanner. Several lumens light up on the panel. Your distinct clicks, and the cogitator goes quiet, clearly having fulfilled its purpose. Another cache? Mech actuators have obviously failed. It can now only be opened manually by finding a suitable valve. Ah! I mean, I suppose it doesn't matter what way we go. Our final boss is not in this immediate map. How do I know? Because it's that room that we don't have access to. Wow, we didn't even do enough damage to ourselves to get a single injury that fight. Oh, never mind. Let's go ahead and turn around on that. I was wrong. Oh, there's our valve. It said a suitable valve. This one seems like it might be too big. That one's huge. That's what she said. Okay, well, that wasn't even a challenge. It was like 20 feet away. Oh my goodness. Okay, let's have just Lucindia go in. Nope, nope, nope. God damn it. Towering furnace wreathed in scarlet light fills you with awe as you approach with heavy thrum of ancient servo motors erupts from the machine's depths along cracking biharic undertones. The dust-covered keys are illuminated by a faint pale glow. Put the code to disable the traps. Furnace responds with a sharp biharic signal that evokes the mechanical rustling of unseen switches. Quest Theodora's data. Yep, followed by a low, drawn-out tone. I'm pretty sure I'm, like, immune to poison, so... Rumbling builds up in the bowels of the furnace, growing stronger apace with the sound of the ancient motors. The rumble is echoed by the screeching of metal gears and the clanging of unknown mechanisms. Slowly, almost hesitantly, the creation of the Adeptus Mechanicus gorges out a databank engraved with the coat of arms of House von Valencius. The data it contains has been secretly
They will
encrypted.
see. Oh yes, they all will see.
Right, everyone's intoxicated. I'm sure that'll wear off. Duration permanent. Well, it looks like we are doing a stupid thing. Or an annoying thing, at least. Where was the path to here? Here we go. I'm not dealing with a permanent -15. We gotta go touch our ship and then come right back in. Because there's no penalty for leaving and re-entering places in this. Like, one of the few games I can think of where that's actually a thing is Dragon Age Origins. Because if you leave the one city before resolving the undead, like if you leave the map at all, even if you immediately re-enter, it gets overrun by undead and everyone dies. Spoilers for a 16-year-old game. You know, I probably actually could have taken Edelbard out in place of, I don't even know who else I'd put in. Alright, now I gotta try and remember exactly where that just happened at. Yeah, over here was Big Boss Man, I think. We went up there. Oh no, up here was the boss. So we want to go over here next? Yeah, this is where Devrim is. I don't remember his actual name. Devrim's from Destiny 2. Devrim K on Earth. The tech priest tears himself away from Rene's data slate and looks up at you. His respiratory augment is missing. Instead, the lower half of his face is covered in deathly pale artificial flesh. Take note of the multitudes of fresh augmentings attached to his head. They seem to have been inserted haphazardly, as pus is seeping from the untreated wounds. I heard your footsteps in the void. You are Von Valencius, are you not? Pascal exchanges a series of biheric signals with the tech priest before saying menacingly, initiating arrest procedure. This unit is using a fabricated identification code, which constitutes a grade 4 transgression. Smile ominously. You are a heretic, are you not? Merely a seeker of knowledge. However, the experiments I have conducted extend far beyond the allowed limits of an ordinary transmechanic tasked with maintaining a planetary Vox array. Ever since I received that strange signal, my ears have opened to what I had previously considered to be forbidden knowledge. Every night since then, I've been tuning my Vox station to that very frequency and listening to the voices. Am I a heretic? The fabricator censor didn't think so. He conducted inspections. But he did not prohibit my research. Later, when a mysterious visitor revealed the truth to his optics, he came to me once more. I nurtured the scrap code for him in the depths of my mind. It lives there still. Eating through my synapses and building new connections that are open to the new knowledge of change. Is freedom heresy? If so, then I am a heretic. The reason for failure of this unit's operations has been established. You have fallen victim to cognitive corruption of chaos. Your computing processes have been disrupted. You are defective. Defective? I reveal the truth. I comprehend, just as the Omnissiah commands. Meanwhile, your mind thrashes about within the cage of data vows. So which of us is defective? Pascal, do you have any preference regarding the killing of your former tech comrade? Pascal switches to Technolingua, his Vox erupting in a series of biheric signals. There is no need for secrecy. Let her understand. The heretic nods in your direction with a smile. Pascal glances at you with worry and says in Gothic, his voice doubtful. Following a voluntary surrender, I will be willing to commute the punishment from immediate destruction to arrest and isolation, for the purpose of conducting exhaustive interrogation. A wise decision, Pascal. Heretic's deranged smile remains on his dead lips. Request denied, tech comrade. You have to pull what I know out of my head. Poor choice. What's our turn order looking like? Not great. I would definitely like some more initiative on Lucindia. There's Henrix. There he is. Our party's too melee heavy. As usual, start the fight on fire. actually think I should move her back here. Oh, I guess I can move her over to right here. Oh my goodness! Ow! Ah, shit, no, I was supposed to shoot. My bad. What's this one? That wasn't a knock, was it? How dare you assholes jump away, well, try to run away from me. Nope. Medication time. Oh. Ah, just barely not a kill. I'm fairly certain the rest of our party is strong enough to finish this off. Can you, however, make it to this guy? Yep.
Let's see.
I do like that people seem to explode AoE when I kill them. I don't know what's causing that, but I'm happy about it.
High momentum. Running.
Such a tough fight. Pascal stands motionless as he stares at the heretic's corpse. After a long silence, he finally says in a hollow voice, I am taking his neural cogitator. The data contained within must be analyzed to supplement the catechism of maintenance and operation. Catechism. Yeah. Do whatever you deem necessary. Pascal leans over the corpse, activates the sampling tool on one of his mechandroids, and plunges into the tangle of augmentics covering the heretic's skull. We actually got our health down pretty far there, and we still didn't even take an injury. Ooh. The glow of dead stars. There's only one person that goes on. Nice. Plasma explosion caused by this weapon affects targets in a 2-cell radius. Type of damage dealt to each target, aside from the wielder, is taken as warp damage. Interesting. It's light, though, and does as much, well, more damage than our heavy one did. A yoink? Didn't pay attention to what I just got. Oh, an implant and... Each of the words melee attacks made against enemies under the effect of exposed weakness reduce the enemy's strength and agility by minus 10%. Eh. Set up the ladder. Oh, okay, so that's past the, who's it? Specific, I know. The Steam. So if you don't want to try and run past the Steam, you can take that. Tech use 100. Cars filled with refuse, broken pieces of spare parts, chopped up lumps of flesh, bits of wire, and other rubbish. Oh. Let's see, medium armor. Grants wear plus 3 deflection and 15 armor at the beginning of every combat during the first 3 rounds. Blah, blah, blah. Sweet. Elbard, are you wearing heavy or light? You are wearing heavy. I assume I am wearing light, yes. Because I need dodge. I need as much dodge as I can get. Pascal, do you wear heavy? Okay, you wear medium. It's worth it because, like I said, no, it's very rare for fights to last more than a turn. Move the obstacle. Release the car brake. I don't know why I want to send this thing off. I have no clue what that just did for us. Oh, that's right. It would have smushed the guys that were back here. And also it gets us another... Why, though? What is your purpose? Oh, you know, it didn't tell us to auto-loot that, now that I think about it. Vats which were previously used to store fuel oil have been turned into reservoirs for blood. An ingredient for the vile rituals that have replaced the orderly protocols of the Mechanarium. Oh, it wasn't body loot, that's why it didn't auto-loot. Run over here, grab this, and then go fight the guy. At the end of combat. Why are you fatigued, sir? Combat had already ended. And you didn't get it outside of... whatever. Adelbard doesn't matter. Adelbard's a warm body. Okay. What's up here? Adelbard's a participant in our missions. Realistically, it's Cassia and us. Sup, bitch? Noticing you, Cubus Delphim straightens. You hear the clanging and groaning of metal as if the pistons and bearings in the fabricator's central's augmented body have fused together. propellant scrapes and screeches punctuate his speech. The probability of navigating your way, of reaching the inner line, was negligible. Primordial truth guards me in my work. Then why is it that this variable has yet to be eliminated? It appears that your masters have turned their backs on you, and now you are on your own. An impossibility. I am not a variable that can be extracted from the process without acutely affecting the probability of its successful realization. Every air sensor freezes. Possibly a stress test. Unexpected. Why don't I just kill you with your minions and be done with it? I would not count on such an outcome. Although, probability recalculation shows that even your unforeseen appearance and disappointing resilience can serve progress. What else would I have found a suitable specimen for practical testing? Every sensor straightens his back and shoulders. Hear a mumbling hum as if from some powerful turbines, followed by heavy footsteps, and the grinding of metal against metal. Smush! Splat! You might recognize these things from very early on in the game. I didn't actually have to fight one, though, because I imprisoned it in my ship's gun. But what is that thing? Every sensor lets out a biheric trill. Witness the weapon designed to carry the glory of the true God into the darkness of the Coronis expanse. My shepherd has sent me one of his iron angels so that its very presence may instill faith and awe in the hearts of his flock. Accept the greatness of the primordial truth, unite with the might of the new Kiava Gamma, and perish. Dominate the metallic beast. Spirit of the warp, bow to my will and defend me! Words never escape your lips. The moment they touch your tongue, they scald the inside of your mouth and cause you to choke and cough. Nonetheless, the warp spirits heed your intention, and the air around you becomes to pulsate with crimson flares. All the sound in the manufactorium are momentarily silenced as the steel fiend skewers you with an intense and baleful gaze, which then shifts to the fabricator sensor.
Run, fools!
You're dead, my good bitch. Edelbard over here. Pascal also over here. Dira here. Minerex this side, I guess. Cassia always goes first. That's a big part of why she's so good.
Isn't this a job for the serfs?
How dare you counter me?
Not a servitor.
Yeah, but you got another charge? Shit. Oh, we're so strong. It rules. Oh man, I forgot to buff that square. Oh, I hit them both. Yeah, it's really, really hard for things to actually hit Adira or Lucinda. Lucindia. Oh, is this going to be the death of our servitors? Oh shit, I didn't realize that auto-ended his turn. My bad. Alright, Hyrix, I guess you get to buff her and charge. Oh boy, it's our turn. Oh wait, why don't we have any death from above charges? Damn it.
Oh, pain. Soothe my soul.
Reach you? No. There we go. Why is he taking so little damage? Yeah, right click. What's your deal? Why are you taking 1 damage? Ever since, oh my god. You apparently have adaptive armor for a round. Oops, my bad. Wait, are you immune to fire? Poisoned. Oh, sensory deprived, blinded, under surveillance. Oh, holy crap. Been hit by Death Waltz 12 times. That is not where I clicked. Alright, so we hit it all those times. Now let's go. Boop. I don't think his adaptive armor is going to matter. Yep, and dead. Esco regrettably does not actually have any actions yet. Oh, and what's that? Our turn isn't even actually over. Shame I don't have any more Death from Above to use on him, though. steel behemoth standing before you twitches every so often. Its frame emanates tainted miasmas, as if its metal plates can barely hold the endless anthemia contained within this fabricated cage. Pascal, even paler than normal, is staring at the creature with a mixture of rage and disgust, his visor flashing blue and green. A few sparks fly out of the burnt circuitry beneath the monster's armor, as if Pascal's anger is setting its insides on fire. Rex raises a hand and the temperature around him begins to plummet. Lyra shakes her head, tilts it to one side as if listening to something. Then, shoots you a wary glance. She meets your gaze, her expression hardens, she gives you a slight nod. I'm taking it to my ship. I'll make it serve me. What? What lunacy has gotten into your head? Pascal's voice clangs like military-grade plat steel. Unacceptable! Sacrilege! The abomination must be eradicated! The bar turns white as a sheet. Begging your pardon, Lord Captain. Where would we even... We would have to keep it locked up. We'll demolish half the deck. The beast turns its monstrous head from side to side as if trying to catch someone's scent. Pascal, don't you want to see what this creature is made of and learn about any weakness that we could use in the fight against heresy? Pascal freezes. His mechandroids flail back and forth. After a long pause, he utters quietly, the anathemia must be equipped with a mechanism for cessation of vital functions, which is to be put under my supervision, and its existence can be prolonged for the duration justifiable by a sacred mission of comprehension. Adelbard, rest assured, my new pet will give us little trouble. I am confident that you will manage perfectly well. Seneschal lets out a strange pain sound. Of course, Lord Captain. After all, my options are rather limited. The decision is final. We are taking the machine on board. Henrix raises a hand, and an unseen shroud of cold instantly falls upon him. You're killing my baby? The monster's hulking frame, a moment ago brimming with ruinous energy, now lies at your feet. Lord silently makes the sign of the Aquila. Oh, wait, is this how we get rid of him? I gave no order to dispose of it. Rogue traders' privileges have their limits, Lucindia. I have the right to punish heresy. You should be thankful that I disposed of the engine and only the engine. I didn't deal with the cursed cogitator. Okay, I think maybe we can't yet. Damn. We're done here. It's time we blast. I was looking forward to enjoying my new toy. Your toy is built by heretics, become a vessel for abomination of the warp, instrument of destruction and corruption. Lucindia is briefly choked with fury. You're done here. It's time we pressed on. He killed my toy! What a dick! Ooh, that's my toy. Tech use. Oh, it's an arc rifle. Sweet. I think that Pascal's spec to the other one. I know, helpful. The God, what's it called? Plasma rifles. I think he's spec to plasma rifles. Okay, so that actually, it must be later in the game then that we can go to there. Shit, I'm gonna have to call it very, very soon. Next, gestures for your attention. Stop, Lucinia. Before we go further, I must investigate this level of the Manufactorium. We've not yet examined the area sufficiently thoroughly for the purpose of my mission. Alright, let's go back and check everything again. Let's go. Should already considering everything that's going on in the manufactorium. Oh, no, maybe we can. Maybe we can. Now, what's this mission called? Oh. Handlebard. Kill your commander. Burning through medkits shamelessly. You know, I wonder if there's any good... I mean, it does feel very, very easy to end up stupidly overpowered in this game. I wonder if there's any good builds that use the dog... Well, not dogs. I wouldn't want to use the dogs. The pet class for your rogue trader, other than just like making them support. Wait, did all of our servitors survive? Or cogitators? Yeah, servitors. Ah, okay. Yeah, what's the quest that we're on? Okay. You don't have access to this room. Okay, then where... I've explored everywhere, I thought. So yeah, this was... a cache, I do believe, yep. Yep. Hmm. Oh, yep, look at that, Secrets of the Cult. Let's see. Inside the data vault, you'll find cages with abominations pleading for... Where? I don't want your provisions. Yeah, so where do we prop up that ladder then? So now we gotta rotate this. No, actually we can take this spot. Are we locked into dogmatic or into heretical yet? No. We need more major choices, which I guess I think we have one coming up. I want to quick finish this, and then I gotta hop off, wash rice, and start dinner. I told your mom dinner was gonna be late because I was annoyed about having to go to the office, but I don't want to actually have it be that late. Lex Mechanic. There we go. I totally missed this guy. A small, heavily augmented man in a filthy, tattered robe stands before you. As you approach, he hesitantly looks up at you, his eyes filled with horror. A portable inscriber with a keyboard hangs from the straps at his front. You can see his detached cerebral cogitator peeking out from under his hood. You have nothing to fear from us. Deus Mechanicus, Tech Priest decides to take a better look at you, after which he lets out a ragged breath and manages to subdue his shaking. You heard my prayers. I thought I was alone in a kingdom of madness and depravity. Please, save me! Tell us who you are and what happened to you. I am Manufactorium Lex Mechanic Zeta 86. I perform the rituals for the machine spirits of Foundry 95. Until we start going mad. Priests devoted to the Omnissiah suddenly started praising the dawn of something or other. They stopped the belts, and then they desecrated the visages of the sacred machines with unholy symbols. Some of them resisted. Those grabbed them, tied them up, and then they turned their implants to heresy. I saw the madmen, my former tech comrades, deliberately connect those poor souls to the corrupted cogitators. I watched as they were infected with scrap code, and did nothing to stop them. I am recording a violation of the commandments of thine own forge. Be a true sentinel. Apostate Zeta 86. Your accesses are hereby revoked. Proceed with your report. As you rumble coming from Pascal's Vox Cat caused the Lex Mechanic to lower his head in fear and contrition. But you managed to avoid the same fate. I didn't avoid it. They performed the same procedure on me. I felt the touch of unholy cold. I allowed it to control me. I abandoned my sacred post and followed one of the traitors, serving his will, and gathered all the data from the blasphemous experiments. I was driven by an unholy impulse coming from the depths of my auxiliary cogitator. The code had lodged itself. Here appears the Lex Mechanic. The whispers are dancing around you, latching onto you, but not for long. Maybe it will happen yet. Maybe it won't at all. Before I found a way to throw off the compulsion, I witnessed horrifying heresy. Extraction of true flesh and its decomposition on altars. Perverse procedures that resulted in heretical abominations. I even accompanied a fallen Magos to the fabricator censor himself and attended the unholy mass he led personally. It was a wicked ritual, full of willful deviations and blatant inaccuracies, all to create an ungodly monster in the name of the final dawn. You mentioned a monster. Is it some kind of weapon? No. Not those constructs that are melted down in furnaces and sent to the depths of the Manufactorium. Some kind of semblance of a cogitator. A nightmarish parody of a sacred machine. Powered not by the Omnissiah's grace, but by the unholy spirit and life force of the unfortunates imprisoned on the lower levels. I don't know much, except that the fabricator censor saw the machine as special. It was special to him and to the crazies who defiled the Omnissiah's abode with their obscene blasphemy. For their final ritual, he even called upon one of the Astartes heretics who arrived at the Manufactorium after they started the uprisings. He did something terrible, and only after that were they able to switch up the machine on. It is a true abomination. Even standing near it is unbearable. I believe it is those who have deprived of the Omnissiah's grace still feel its influence on them. Its monstrous power utilized for unholy computations and chaotic calculations. Whatever that cogitator might spew out at the end of its cycle, no righteous soul should accept its heinous offering. You mentioned someone imprisoned on the lower levels? Lay servants of the main units. They live in the isolated segments of the sacred machine halls. I heard they were locked in there after the takeover. My crazed Brevlin changed the system for disposing of slag waste, and covered the machines in cursed symbols. After they started the cogitator, they dragged the survivors out of the segments into the machine halls. Well, what the survivors had turned into. You demonstrate exceptional powers of observation and recall for someone who just happened to survive. I am a Lex Mechanic. Gathering data is the purpose of my existence, and it's even what they used me for. He trails off, belatedly understanding the subtext of the interrogator's words. They used me against my will. Scrap code turns everyone into their slave. Before I rid myself of the cogitator, I was forced to serve alongside those who perpetrated these atrocities and witnessed their obscenities. What do you make of it? Servant of the Omnissiah, I must know more about the final dawn, fabricator censor, his mass, and about this machine as well. I could give you the coordinates, but even though I was present for many blasphemies committed by those heretics, all the details that were captured and processed by my true flesh are in the augment that was corrupted by the scrap code. I'm convinced that if I hadn't fought that foreign compulsion in time, I would have been doomed. Corruption would have spread to my biologic cogitator as well. His mechanic taps a finger on the device hanging from his ear on several wires. I swear that no devout tech priest should come into contact with what's hidden in that one sacred device. His expansion shifts as he stares intently at the disconnected implant. The still intact connectors protruding from under the mechanic's collar. The corner of his mouth twitches involuntarily. Edelbard notices the look on Heinrich's face, and once he does, he sighs heavily and looks away. Can the cogitator be disconnected and reconnected to another machine? Even if there were ideas of exposing a holy machine to the scrap code weren't profane itself. Augments are not universally compatible. They cannot connect to another machine spirit. They're created to interact within the system of the true flesh, to innervate my compulsor unit, and output data via the inscriber. So I am safe. I swear that I will immediately perform a cleansing rite and destroy. In other words, there's only one way to extract data stored in the cogitator. What are you talking about? Connect the cogitator to the augmented system. Lex Mechanic will serve as a conduit for transmitting the data. We'll learn the useful details, even if they are incomplete. Things he saw and heard, but is now unable to recall. This mechanic, who has been listening to your discussion in puzzlement, finally understands what is going to happen to him. He begins to back away in fear. No, anything but that. I'll die. No, it'll be worse than that. I'll succumb to the corruption. I'm begging you, please. Rather than be burned as a heretic than have the scrap code in my biologic cogitator. These words, Heinrich pauses for a fraction of a second, almost as if he is reconsidering. In failing to offer any resistance against the enemies of the Omnissiah, Unit Zeta 86 lost the grace of his machine rank and was recategorized as a resource of the Manufactorium. Defilement and torment of said resource, committed to advance the struggle against heresy, will not be deemed an apostate of Manufactorium against a living soul. Upon expiry of the unit's utility, disposal is recommended. Heinrich stopped. The leaders of the cult would never discuss anything of importance in front of a witness. Leave the poor man alone. We need to know where the cogitator is, even if the heretics' conversations are unimportant. I must know why the machine was so valuable to them. I'll tell you! I'll tell you! The mechanic rudges in his ragged clothes until he produces a scrap of parchment. Different automatic is responsible for my muscle memory. It has data storage too. I remember where I walked and what I pressed with my fingers. Here are the coordinates. And the code. It's probably the code to the bay. Nick's eyes bore into the smaller man's. At last, having reached some conclusion, he turns to you. As a subject of your world, Lucindia, it is your decision to decide his fate. He'll be taken to my ship for the cleansing rites. A place will be found for him. Why would I cleanse him? Lex Mechanic is given the shuttle coordinates and hurries away. Excessive kindness, Lucindia, gets good people into trouble. Let's hope that the corruption only affected his disconnect augmenting it and not his soul. Come on, we need to find this cogitator. To the inside. Depending on how long it seems like this is going to take, I'm going to have to call it here. Oh, yep, I remember this. Oh, wait, no, is this not it? I still think I have to call it here, though. I genuinely have to get to cooking. I'm sorry, chat. If you liked it here, feel free to drop a follow. I have to cook. I might be back later tonight with Path of Exile. We'll see. Have a great rest of your night. If you liked it here, feel free to drop a follow. I will hopefully be back on before Thursday, but I will definitely be back on Thursday. Probably with more of this, because I'm enjoying it. I really need to get a kick in my ass to pick this back up. Bye. Hey, don't scroll away. Bye. Oh yeah, argue up YouTube, Twitter, Blue Sky. Bye. Love ya. Bye.